Chapter 45, New Blade. Chapter 45, New Blade Blush. Sun Zichuan's heart was originally as still as deep waters, but at this moment, even he was shaken by that word. Xiao Qie's handkerchief, which lay in his sleeve pocket, was like a fire that had been stuffed within. It inexplicably obeyed Xiao Qie's commands and sent the flames burning all the way up to his ears. He knew that the slight redness flushed on the snowy paleness of his skin was particularly striking. Even if he denied it, it would convince no one. He seemed to be caught by Xiao Qie in a certain predicament where bright mirrors surrounded them on all sides. The way Xiao Qie looked was as if he wanted his true colors to be revealed, and his protective shell to be cast aside. Sun Zichuan licked his lips to get rid of the troubling dryness. He balled up his fists and ignored such a provocation from Xiao Qie, refusing to give Xiao Qie a chance to pry further. "It's time to sleep," Sun Zichuan declared. "Let's call for them." Xiao Qie felt Sun Zichuan's "I'm ignoring you" reaction to be like a scratch that tickled him so suggestively that it stirred up his desire to press home the attack after his victory. However, if he were to emerge victorious, he could not rush it. Impulsiveness would only make it easy for him to fall into traps. So he let him off this time and said, "Both Shifu have their own arrangements, so there's no need to worry about them. If you want to sleep, the east wing has been vacated." Sun Zichuan stood up right away. Ji Gang and Zhuo Qianqiu were so dead drunk that they were still not sober the next day. Sun Zichuan carried Ji Gang onto the carriage and took him back. Xiao Qie watched the carriage ride away and said to Chen Yang, "Keep your eyes closely on the 8 great clans these 2 days. See who's on the move." Chen Yang nodded in acknowledgement of his order. Accompanied by the swaying of the carriage, Sun Zichuan closed his eyes and rested. The carriage made a detour, and midway through the journey, they swapped to an unremarkable horse cart before arriving at Jiaozui Temple. Qiao Tianya carried Ji Gang on his back and followed Sun Zichuan into the courtyard. Ji Qingqing had been waiting for a long while. When he saw them, he hurriedly stepped forward to receive them. "It's all right," Sun Zichuan assured. "Shifu is just drunk." Grand Mentor Qi, who was standing under the eaves, instructed, "Qingqing, help Ji Gang inside and let him sleep it off." Ji Qingqing took Ji Gang from Sun Zichuan and carried him into the house. Qiao Tianya strode forward in a few steps, went on his knees in the snow, and asked, "Has Grand Mentor been doing well?" "All is well upon seeing you." Grand Mentor Qi lifted his hand and said, "Now that you have already changed your name to Qiao Tianya, that indenture one is no longer of any use, yet you are willing to stay for that bit of sentiment. I should thank you." To Grand Mentor Qi, what happened in the past was merely an effortless lift of your finger. But to me, it was a kindness that saved my life. The merriment on Qiao Tianya's face vanished. He added, "During the year of Yongyi II, when Emperor Guangqing had corrupt officials killed, my father and brother were both framed by others. If Grand Mentor had not been judicious and discerning enough to offer a helping hand, the 20 lives of the Qiao clan would have died unjust deaths before the Meridian Gate. 3 Your father and brother were both honest and upright subjects. It was just a brief moment of misjudgment that they were wrongly accused. Even without me, they would still be safe and sound." Grand Mentor Qi replied. Qiao Tianya paused for a long while before he professed, "The Qiao clan cannot thank Grand Mentor enough for his kindness." During the years of Yongyi, when Qiao Tianya's father still served as an official in the Ministry of War, Emperor Guangqing was tough on corruption. Senior Qiao, having been reported by others, was found by the Chief Surveillance Bureau to be in the possession of properties and lands of unidentified origins. While he was helpless against accusations, Qi Hualien reinvestigated the case and freed Senior Qiao and a few others from the Ministry of War. Consequently, Qi Hualien married off his daughter to the eldest son of the Qiaos. Yet, this was not the end of the matter. A few years later, the Eastern Palace was falsely accused, and Qi Hualien was demoted from the Grand Mentor to a commoner. The same time when he followed the Crown Prince into Jiaozui Temple, Senior Qiao defected to the Empress Dowager. The Eastern Palace fell. Empress Dowager Hua had its remnants thoroughly investigated using Pan Rugi's authority of office in endorsing memorials for and Emperor Guangqing's name. As a result, Senior Qiao was thrown into prison again. This time, without Grand Mentor Qi as his guarantor, both he and his eldest son were beheaded. The rest of the Qiao household were banished to Suotian Pass. Qi Hualian's daughter died on the way. She was Qiao Tianya's eldest sister-in-law. Let us not bring up the past. Grand Mentor Qi tugged on his snow-white hair and spoke. It was not easy for you to be freed of the underclass status. 5. But you must think it through. Once you become subjected to Lanju, it will be a lifelong commitment. You will no longer be in control of your life or death. Qiao Tianya's hair fluttered in the wind, his smile was unruly and unrestrained. He said, Grand Mentor, I already have no home to return to. In this lifetime, I've repeatedly received favors from both you and eldest sister-in-law. These were originally sinful debts that I had no way of repaying. Now that I can be of use, I shall dedicate my life to Master. Qiao Songyu died with eldest sister-in-law in the Kang Commandery. The Qiao Tianya of today is merely a blade. There is no life nor death, let alone freedom, in a blade. Since this is a dark time when evil powers hang over us like overcast clouds that make the road you walk difficult, then pull out this blade that is myself and use it as you please. Grand Mentor Qi slowly walked out. Holding the pillar for support, he looked towards Shenzichuan and said, Lanju, this year is about to end. Teacher has yet to give you a gift for your coming of age. 6. Shenzichuan's sleeves were blown apart by the breeze. He had a feeling of what was to come. Grand Mentor Qi said, you can face everything head-on by yourself now. But this road will be long, killing the sworn enemies, demolishing the 8 great clans, overturning the past trials, and bringing peace to Zhongbua. None of it is easy. Ji Gang will give you a blade, so will I receive it well. Flurries of snow drifted down in the inner court. Shenzichuan lowered his head and let Grand Mentor Qi lay cold fingers on top of his hair. Ji Gang woke up when it was time for dinner. He had some kanji before he called Shenzichuan into the house. Do you still remember the blade I mentioned to you the last time? It was delivered last night. It's been on my mind since. Ji Gang shifted aside the shelf inside the house to reveal a blade stand in the back. The first time Shenzichuan saw this blade, his heart stirred. He could no longer move his eyes away. Ji Lei cannot use it. Ji Gang used a clean handkerchief to wipe at the blade's edge slowly, but this blade suits you very well. I had someone reforge the sheath. Its past name cannot be used anymore, you should give it another name yourself. Still engrossed in the blade's luster, Shenzichuan studied it with fascination. The straight blade of almost 3 7/10 Kai 7 meant that its unsheathing had to be sufficiently fast. Its width of 2 fingers would make swift attacks especially easy to maneuver. The hilt, made of sandalwood, was also newly forged. There was no decorative carving on it. Only the top was plated in gold with a white pearl embedded within. This was an excellent blade that had been thoroughly tempered. Even after having been shelved and forgotten for so long, it still cut an imposing, grim presence when unsheathed. It was as if it were immersed in the clear waters of autumn. Not only was it pristine and untainted, but it also carried with it an air of solitary haughtiness. Shifu has recently been pondering over a matter. It was only when I saw Xiaoa last night that I realized I have been too inflexible in my teachings, that you have become a little too overcautious and hesitant. Ji Gang laid down the handkerchief and said, once you wield this blade, even Xiaoya's Longli blade will not be able to match its speed. The sandalwood hilt is sufficiently light and will allow you to be more agile. Of all martial arts in this world, speed is the only thing that cannot be defeated. This is my father's beloved blade. When it comes to the Ji clan's martial arts, we now say that one has to be firm and ferocious. But the Ji clan's mental technique was founded and created by my father. What worked for him will surely work for you. You can take a different approach and blaze out a new trail as well. Shenzichuan held the hilt of the blade and lifted it. Give it a name. Ji Gang retreated several steps aside. Shenzichuan held it lovingly, unwilling to let go, and asked, Shifu would give me a blade of this caliber. Ji Gang laughed heartily and said, Shifu wants to box. I don't like using blades. This blade would be wasted if I didn't give it to you. Shenzichuan thought for a while, then said, then I shall change its name to Yangshan Shui. In the evening, Grand Mentor Qi sat on his heels across the table. He wrote down the surnames of all the 8 great clans on a piece of paper. It will soon be the feast of 100 officials. The four great generals will soon be reunited, and the regional officials will be returning as well. Letting the ink dry, Grand Mentor Qi spoke, with the ascension of the new emperor, there will surely be surveillance next year. This matter is of utmost importance and is tied to the political stability during the year of Xianyang. Everyone will use the Feast of 100 Officials and the annual leave as an opportunity to reassess the situation in court. If Empress Dowager wants to stage a comeback and return to power, she will definitely not let this opportunity slip. After the death of Hua Xiqian, the Empress Dowager has been restrained inside the palace and has not shown her face since. The younger generation of the Hua clan has been demoted and banished. If she wants to make a move now, she could only use external help. Shun Zichuan furrowed his brows. But with the failing precedents of Shi Jiyuan, who would still dare to act rashly and be the Empress Dowager's accomplice? Cowardly rats will not achieve greatness. All collaborations in this world are motivated by mutual benefits. As long as the Empress Dowager still holds the bargaining chips, why would she worry about finding a new ship to board? Grand Mentor Qi drew a few strokes under Hua on the paper, and continued, moreover, the men in her clan cannot be depended on. You've forgotten, it is a woman that the Empress Dowager has been personally mentoring. The third Missy. Shun Zichuan said, teacher is referring to Hua Xiangyi. Given the height of her favors while Emperor Xianda was still alive, Hua III was going to be conferred the title of Princess of Dazhou. Grand Mentor Qi said, but she eventually did not become the Princess of Dazhou. It was not because Emperor Xianda was stingy, but because the Empress Dowager would not allow it. Shun Zichuan sipped a mouthful of tea and contemplated for a moment. Swallowing the tea, he said, I understand now. Then let us hear your thoughts on it. Shun Zichuan propped his arm on his knee and said, if Hua Xiangyi had become the Princess of Dazhou, then her marriage would be out of the Empress Dowager's hands. The marriage of a princess is a state affair, subject to the discretionary choice of the emperor and the court officials. But if she remains as the third Missy, then only the Empress Dowager has a say in whom she will be married off to. In that case, teacher, does the Empress Dowager want to marry her off? If the mountain does not come to me, then I will go to the mountain. Grand Mentor Qi dipped his brush in ink. The Empress Dowager has forsaken a chariot to save the general. 8 Losing Shi Jiyuan means that she has lost control of military power in Kudu, but if Hua Xiangyi marries Xiao Qie, then this matter will be easily resolved. Shun Zichuan lightly tapped on his teacup. Holding the cup, he lowered his eyes and said, this is harder than ascending the heavens. Xiao will never hand over his power. I have heard that Hua Xiangyi's beauty could make an entire city swoon. There is no guarantee that Xiao would not change his mind if lust overcomes him. Grand Mentor Qi commented pointedly. Shun Zichuan held a mouthful of tea in his mouth and did not say a word. Grand Mentor Qi said, but this is indeed not easy to do. Even if Xiao had the heart to do so, Xiao Jiming would not sit idly and let him. The Hua clan and the Xiao clan are like fire and water who cannot mix. There is no reason to bury the hatchet and make peace when the advantage is on their side. Shun Zichuan gave it some thought and said, losing military power but having the central administration in his control is a good choice as well. But at this time, there are barely any exceptional up-and-coming officials. Hai Liangyi still heads the Grand Secretariat, and the Empress Dowager cannot lower Hua Xiangyi's status and have her become a concubine. Then, there is no other fitting candidate for a groom in all of Kudu. If there isn't any in Kudu, she can look elsewhere. Grand Mentor Qi wrote the word Chidong and said, Libei won't do, but there is still an opportunity in Chidong. Commander Qi and Lu Guangbai have both yet to marry. Shun Zichuan said, then it can only be Lu Guangbai. However, the Lu clan are longtime close friends with the Xiao clan. Theirs is by no means a relationship one can drive a wedge between overnight. Why didn't you put your guess on the Qi clan? Grand Mentor Qi said with dissatisfaction. Other than Qi Zhuyin, the Qi clan still has one more person. It can't be. Shun Zichuan looked astonished. A few days later, Xiao Qie accompanied Li Jianheng outside the city to welcome the 2 Chidong commanders-in-chief. Lu Guangbai returned with him. On the way, he removed his helmet and said, I heard some news during the journey. Do you know about it? Xiao Qie spurred his horse forward and asked, what? Before Lu Guangbai got his chance to speak, Qi Zhuyin spurred her horse towards them from behind and slapped him on the back. "Commander!" Lu Guangbai yelled in pain. Qi Zhuyin rarely looked unhappy. She grabbed her blade and leaned forward to ask Xiao Qie, "When did these rumors spread in Kudu?" Xiao Qie was even more confused. Qi Zhuyin clenched her teeth and fumed, "Someone is going to be my stepmother." Nine stunned, Xiao Qie said, "Old Commander Qi wants to take a new concubine?" "Concubine?" Qi Zhuyin sneered derisively, "They're already saying that he's going to take a second wife. Third Missy Hua is going to be my stepmother. Is she even my age?" Chapter 46, Banquet. Chapter 46, Banquet. Hua Xiangyi was indeed not as old as Qi Zhuyin. She was younger than Qi Zhuyin by 2 years. Having been kept deep in the inner palace these days, she had thinned down a lot. Realization dawned on her when she saw Qi Shiyu's portrait on the table in front of the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager held her hand and grasped it for a long time before saying, "It's a May-December marriage, but Qi Shiyu will still dote on you." Hua Xiangyi touched the purple palace robe and laid her head on the Empress Dowager's knee. The Empress Dowager stroked her long hair and said, "There's no need to feel aggrieved. All of Hua clan's daughters are married away like this. A few years after you marry him, you will become the bona fide mistress of the Chidong 5 commanderies." After lighting the incense in the palace hall, Matron Liu Xiang wordlessly motioned for all the maids and eunuchs to leave. Hua Xiangyi smiled and said, "I just can't bear to leave you, Aunt. Tsangjuan Commandery is so far away, I'll have to wait a year if I wish to see you again." "Aunt can't bear to leave you either." The Empress Dowager hugged her gently. Hua Xiangyi snuggled against her like she did when she was little, listening as the Empress Dowager said, "When I married Emperor Guangqing, I was only 15. That year I left ditching. The one thing I couldn't bear parting with the most was my family's swing. I liked sitting on it. With each swing in the wind, I could hear the clamor beyond those high walls. My mother coaxed me and told me that after I came to the imperial palace of Kudu, the emperor would build me an identical swing as long as I wanted it." Hua Xiangyi stayed still and silent. The Empress Dowager was the person most favored by Emperor Guangqing, yet what Emperor Guangqing gave was not what the Empress Dowager wanted. The moment she set foot into Kudu, she discovered that all the doting her husband showered on her was merely fleeting, like the clouds in the sky. She had to vie endlessly with countless women in the harem just for that one moment of joy. In Kudu, the most worthless thing of all was love. The Empress Dowager patted Hua Xiangyi's head and said, "Since I came to Kudu, 37 years have already passed by in a blink. Now my little baby niece is also to be wedded. I've really grown old. In Kudu, I realized that men are powerful in this world because they can take the imperial exams and serve as officials to rise in rank. They can also ride horses into battles whilst wielding spears. Us women are taken into ladies' chambers and taught virtue and precepts. No matter how talented and intelligent you are with a thirst for knowledge, there will come a time when you have to eventually marry." The Empress Dowager's eyes were calm. "When father taught me, he said that in this world, he and the emperor would be the sky above my head. How ridiculously funny. Becoming the empress means that I share the empire equally with the emperor. Who could be the sky above my head? No one. My brothers at home are all useless and muddlehead. Generation after generation, the Hua clan can only rely on marrying off daughters to keep up the appearance of an affluent clan, yet we aren't allowed to make a single complaint. What kind of kinship is this? Since the world wants to differentiate between the strong and weak to determine success and failure, then I, too, can emerge victor." The Empress Dowager stroked Hua Xiangyi's temples. "Remember this time, it is not Qi Shiyu who chose you but you who chose him. I may be defeated in the days to come, but it certainly won't be now. My baby niece is going to Chidong not because there is no other option, but to bide your time and ready yourself for action. No matter what happens in the future, you may sigh, but you must never wallow in self-resentment and self-pity. In this game of chess with the world at stake, one can only make a move with no regrets. Since we are surrounded and eyed by a pack of wolves with no way of escape, then we shall fight them to the bitter end." The bamboo tube in the palace hall swung lightly. Hua Xiangyi slowly grasped the Empress Dowager's hand back. "I will not forget Aunt's teachings. The Feast of 100 Officials was on Yuanchun one night. Local officials entered the capital one after another. There were a lot fewer family feasts and banquets this year, as they all knew that Hai Liangyi was keeping a close watch on them. Even coming together in great numbers could turn into evidence of clique forming. It had not been long since Li Jianheng's ascension to the throne. Everyone all wanted to use the Feast of 100 Officials as an opportunity to observe this new master of theirs. They still did not know which way the wind was blowing in Kudu, so everyone spoke and acted with prudence. Only the matter of Hua III spread like wildfire, leaving Qi Zhuyin with nowhere else to vent her unhappiness. Xiao Qi'er was still secretly investigating the 8 great clans in recent days, but this matter had also piqued his interest. It just happened that Xiao Jiming had entered the capital, so both brothers had a chat in the residence. The Hua clan wants to rise again from the ashes. No matter how much of a lecher old Commander Qi is, he must not agree to this marriage. Xiao Qi'er said offhandedly as he took out Libei Armored Cavalry's current year expenditure accounts for a look. That's really hard to say. Xiao Jiming sat at the table and flipped through the military affairs. Xiao Qi'er raised his eyes and asked, how would this benefit his Chidong? Xiao Jiming endorsed the document with his name and said, you're in Kudu, and you have taken over the 8 great training divisions. Haven't you checked the 8 great training divisions' accounts? Xiao Qi'er responded, I took a look at the account when the Court of Judicial Review was purged. The surplus money and military provisions from the 8 great training divisions were all supplied to the Imperial Army this year to make up for the shortfall. What's wrong? Xiao Jiming pondered over the document for a moment and said, when Hua Xiqian was still alive, the annual salary and provisions for the 8 great training division was several times higher than that of the Bianjuan commandery. The money that Shi Jiyuan couldn't account for, where could it have gone? Since Hua Xiqian could have 2 accounts for one payment, then couldn't the Empress Dowager have kept another account book? Money comes and goes like flowing water, but the audit remains a constant. As long as he could swap the auditing official to his own and place the said official right under the 8 great training divisions' noses, they could write the account book in any way they so desire every year. The Hua clan's properties have been searched and their possessions confiscated. But who would dare to touch the Empress Dowager's private coffers? This money is now Hua Xiangyi's dowry. Whether it's for official or personal reasons, Qi Shiyu ought to be tempted. Looking displeased, Xiao Qi'er said, the current commander-in-chief of Chidong 5 Commandery's military forces is Qi Zhuyin. Qi Zhuyin will not agree to it. Even so. Xiao Jiming finally looked at Xiao Qi'er. She can't stop it. Xiao Qi'er lay down and thought for a while before saying, all these years, the Qi clan has had a pretty good relationship with us. If Qi Shiyu really marries Hua III, Li Bei will no longer be Chidong's buddy. That's of little importance. Once the Bianxia 12 tribes come attacking, everyone still has to fight side by side. Xiao Jiming said, with Hua III, the Chidong 5 Commandery's garrison troops will have money. Then tell them to buy Li Bei's horses in the future. There was a cold, tough glint in Xiao Qi'er's eyes. How long can the Empress Dowager's private coffer last? Providing for 200,000 soldiers is not as simple as raising 20 dogs. The consumption of military expenditure is alarming. It's definitely not something a single person can sustain. If the Empress Dowager has the Qi clan to assist her, then the impasse in Kudu can be broken. Xiao Jiming said, once power returns to her hand, she will be able to recoup the money. Xiao Qi'er sat up again and said, this marriage must not come to pass. Xiao Jiming said, there's still a way. Xiao Qi'er looked towards him and said, the easiest is to kill Hua III. Xiao Jiming looked at him in surprise and said, you are also a thorn in others' flesh now. The 8 great clan will only be too anxious for you to make a move. Xiao Qi'er said, rumors are rife now. If we try to stop it after the new year, it'd be too late. Xiao Jiming pondered it over in silence. After a while, he said, if the Empress Dowager wants to put this marriage together, then she must show herself, and the Feast of 100 Officials is her only opportunity. This matter is of great importance. Hai Liangyi might not necessarily be willing to let it happen. When the time comes, there will be a war of words. The Hua clan has 3 generations of daughters who were married away to Chidong. If we were to delve into it seriously, then Hua the Third might really turn out to be Qi Shiyu's distant blood relative. Xiao Qie set aside the book and suddenly burst out laughing. No! I want Hua the Third to become a distant blood relative of Qi Shiyu. This marriage must not come to pass. Xiao Qie got up and pushed the door open to call for Zhao Hui. It's the spring festival. Xiao Qie said. You still have yet to see your younger sister. Zhao Hui looked at Xiao Jiming, who smiled faintly. Zhao Hui understood and said, I'll pay her a visit tomorrow morning. Han Cheng, the new commander-in-chief of the imperial bodyguards, was the third son of lawful birth from the Han clan, one of the 8 great clans. He used to be the assistant commander of the 8 great training divisions. During the Nanlin hunt, he happened to be on a break. He did not follow Shi Jiyuan, nor did he heed the Empress Dowager's instructions. Rumor had it that he was still asleep when the imperial army knocked on his door. As such, he escaped the autumn wind too that had purged the Hua faction. But Shun Zichuan knew that this man was someone Xue Xiuzhua had planted there. On the eve of the feast of 100 officials, the imperial bodyguards sorted out their duty arrangements. According to the plan, Shun Zichuan had to remain before the emperor, so it came as no surprise when he got the waist token. Han Cheng personally delivered the waist token to Shun Zichuan. Both men were inside the imperial bodyguard's office. He said, everything is in order, except the easterly wind. 3 When the time comes, I'll be at the side too. No matter what, His Majesty mustn't be hurt. Of course. Shun Zichuan hung up the waist token and said with a smile, this time, we will be depending on His Excellency the Commander-in-Chief. Han Cheng felt apprehensive, but it would not do for him to reveal it. So he could only repeat, if this matter fails and gets exposed, you and I will be sentenced to death for this crime. But if it succeeds, then the imperial bodyguards will be able to swipe a slice of the pie from the hands of the imperial army. Everyone will live well from then on, and good days will be upon us. Please rest assured, Your Excellency. Shun Zichuan said with a serious expression. We brothers are of one mind. Nothing will go wrong. Seeing how composed and confident he was, Han Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. Outside, the snow fell increasingly harder. Even by the time it was dawn, it never stopped. Before the feast of 100 officials, there was a sacrificial ceremony. For the imperial army was already on the alert and ready for battle early in the morning. Xiao Qie was neatly dressed in his court attire today. When he strode through the palace gates, he came face to face with Han Cheng. Just as he was exchanging conventional greetings with the latter, he saw Shun Zichuan. The left guard stands guard before the emperor. Xiao Qie asked Han Cheng, as he looked at Shun Zichuan and pretended not to be acquainted with the latter, so why is it assigned to imperial bodyguards of the company commander rank and below? The imperial bodyguards have now been reorganized, and many positions have been left vacant. Han Cheng said and looked back. The ones who were picked are all first-rate experts. Many of them are disadvantaged by the fact that the year for promotion is not upon them yet, so they all seem to be of junior positions. Xiao Qie was on guard when he saw Shun Zichuan. But even if he could suppress the imperial bodyguards a notch, he did not have the authority to command the other party to swap the men. Because no matter how much the imperial bodyguards was inhibited, both it and the Eastern Depot took commands directly from the emperor. As long as Li Jianheng said nothing, anyone else who gave orders summarily would be overstepping their authority. As if knowing what he was thinking, Shun Zichuan exchanged glances with him with eyes that spoke of a meaning Xiao Qie could not read. Ahead of them, the domesticated elephant's office had already herded the elephants out. Li Jianheng was about to step out of the hall soon. Unable to stay for long, Xiao Qie strode forward and left. This was the first time Li Jianheng held the ceremonial greatsword in his hands. It was so heavy he almost could not lift it. Even before he stepped out of the palace doors, he already felt his neck aching with that royal crown atop his head. This coronation attire, 5 which had him shouldering the sun and the moon and bearing the stars on his back, 6 finally revealed in him a trace of sober, imposing bearing from his typical gleeful and playful attitude. Li Jianheng's palms were sweating. He held up the great sword before striding out of the door. The court elephants, draped with red velvet and gold saddles, stood at both sides. The various officials kowtowed and shouted out wishes of longevity upon the emperor. Li Jianheng stood atop the stairs, his broadened field of vision taking in the panorama of thick clouds in the east, with skies and lands cloaked in a blanket of boundless snow. He stood up high above, so high it was almost as if he was up there in the clouds. The deafening sounds of long live, Your Majesty reverberated in his ears. Li Jianheng's heartbeat quickened. Pleasant surprise gradually washed over his face as his eyes successively moved down from Hai Liangyi to Xiao Jiming to all living beings in the world kneeling before him. He was the one and only supreme ruler. This is how it feels like to be the emperor. Li Jianheng could not help but grasp the great sword tightly. In this grand show of obeisances made to him, he felt as if he had obtained the strength and courage to contend with heaven. This feeling was poles apart from the feeling of sitting in the imperial court. It was the thrill of being kowtowed to for the first time ever since the hunting grounds. Li Jianheng advanced along the long stairs and walked towards the ceremonial terrace. He walked very, very slowly, reveling in this entire journey of honor and glory. Of the tens of thousands of people, only Sun Zichuan slowly raised his head. He looked along the tall stairs past Li Jianheng's figure, where he, too, saw the dark and gloomy sky amidst the dancing snow. As the feast began, the court of imperial entertainments began to dish out meals, while the imperial winery followed on their heels to serve wine without pause. Li Jianheng was fond of sweets, so the imperial bakery made quite a number of silk-nested tiger's eye candies. Li Jianheng sat on the dragon throne, with the Empress Dowager and Hua Xiangyi below him, followed by Muru, who had just been conferred the title of imperial concubine. Sun Zichuan and Han Cheng stood at the bottom of the steps, opposite the imperial army. A eunuch from the imperial food service kneeled behind Sun Zichuan to the right. Every dish on Li Jianheng's table had to be first tasted by the imperial food service eunuch. Li Jianheng was in high spirits tonight. He repeatedly urged all those present to drink up, while he himself was somewhat intoxicated. Sitting on top, he said, "Ever since I've ascended to the throne, I've been fortunate to be assisted by wise talents. With a clear mirror 7 like Secretariat Elder High by my side, there isn't a day I dare to forget to self-reflect." He began to shoot his mouth off as soon as he drank too much. "I'm very grateful to Secretariat Elder High, and I wish to regard Secretariat Elder High as the second father 8 of the court. Such honor and glory have never been accorded to past Secretariat Elders before. Now, I shall give Secretariat Elder, second father." How could he speak of such words? The way he put it drained the color from Hai Liangyi's face. Hai Liangyi had already got up in astonishment, wanting to kneel in protest. At the same time, Li Jianheng belched from the wine, still waving his hand. "No need for Secretariat Elder to panic. It's what I should do. I think this is improper." The Empress Dowager looked at Hai Liangyi and paused for a moment. It was as if she saw through Hai Liangyi's shock at that very moment. Turning to Li Jianheng, she said softly, "Secretariat Elder High is the leader revered by all scholars in the world. His character is solemn and dignified. Since entering the court to serve as an official, he has had clean hands. He speaks bluntly and resolutely. If His Majesty were to equate this kind of trusted aid to a second father, then even if this would demonstrate Your Majesty's favor, the Secretariat Elder's intent to criticize social evils of the times for public interests would be lost." Seeing the Empress Dowager's mild demeanor, Li Jianheng laughed and said, "In the past, King Xiong valued relationships and respected Fan Zheng as his second father. Today, I want to express my gratitude for Secretariat Elder's assistance too, and address him as second father. It sounds intimate, and the title itself would give me pause for self-reflection. Secretariat Elder, Secretariat Elder, so how about it?" Hai Liangyi, already kowtowing, said, "This absolutely mustn't be done." It was as if Li Jianheng was splashed in the face with cold water. That sternly uttered phrase of "mustn't be done" put a damper on his enthusiasm, making him displeased. His expression underwent a few changes before he eventually forced a smile and said, "It's just a form of address for me to be on more intimate terms with the Secretariat Elder." "So what does it matter?" Hai Liangyi said, "Your Majesty is the sovereign, poles apart from an overlord 11 confined to a narrow corner. This old subject was born in the mountain ridges of Hezhou. I'm truly nothing but an uncouth, lowly person. How can I share the same address of father as the sagely Emperor Guangcheng? Li Jianheng's original intention was to win over the hearts of Hai Liangyi as well as all the scholars in the world. He wanted to use this to affirm that he was not an idiot who disrespected learning. But that was all the few books he had read. How could he have known that a mere address could evoke such vehement rejection from Hai Liangyi? He had no way to back down this very moment, like a man who found it difficult to dismount a tiger he had ridden. 12 He even sobered up a few degrees. Li Jianheng could not bring himself to insist on it and embarrass himself further, so he thought of playing dumb and glossing it over. Thus, he said, if the Secretariat Elder is unwilling, then forget it. My thinking is that, Hai Liangyi said, those at the bottom will imitate the propensity of those at the top. Now that His Majesty has created this precedent tonight, then there will be people who will attempt to follow suit in the future. When that happens, they will collude to form cliques and factions that impede the imperial court, thereby jeopardizing the entire state. It has only been a month since the dust from the Hua faction case settled. Past experiences, if not forgotten, will serve as a guide for the future. It's truly improper for Your Majesty to drink until dead drunk tonight. Li Jianheng clenched the wine cup tightly in his hands and surveyed the crowd below. It was only when he saw the officials hanging their heads low and not daring to look directly at him that his fury eased off some. He could not flare up at Hai Liangyi, but he did not want to admit the errors of his way today either. He sat restlessly on this dragon throne. Having tasted the sweetness of submission from all living beings, how could he willingly open himself up to censure? He was the emperor. Li Jianheng's eyes were already bloodshot from enduring it. He drank the last mouthful of wine and said, "Let's drop this matter. Help Secretariat Elder back to his seat." Hai Liangyi was aware that tonight was not the time to admonish him, but it was hard to change his frank and outspoken nature. "I still have something to say." Li Jianheng pursed his lips into a tight line and said nothing. Silence reigned in the banquet hall. Without getting a response, Hai Liangyi continued to kneel in place. They were now at a deadlock. No one else touched their chopsticks. Even the music from the reed instruments had ceased. Suddenly, a clack rang out. Xiao Qie laid down his chopsticks at his own seat and laughed out loud. "It delights me to see the relationship between Li Jianheng and Secretariat Elder. The so-called sagely ruler and virtuous subject is nothing more than precisely this, with the emperor and his subjects in harmonious council on state affairs, so the ancient saying goes. The presence of such a sagely ruler and upstanding official in Dazhou means that the age of prosperity is sure to fall upon us soon. It's the blessing of the officials that His Majesty advocates freedom of speech and is receptive to criticisms." Xue Xiuzhua raised his cup for a toast. "It's the new year tonight. Why not offer a toast to this sacred scene?" The group of officials lifted their cups and said their greetings in unison. Li Jianheng felt a little appeased amidst the sounds of greetings and wishes. On seeing a still kneeling Hai Liangyi, he could not refrain from letting loose a sigh. "Secretariat Elder, please rise." With the crisis averted, the Empress Dowager looked at Xiao Qie for a moment before she prompted. "It's said that a man's lifelong wish to start a family and establish one's career. Does Ce have a betrothal candidate in mind?" There was a flash in Shen Zichuan's eyes as he looked towards Xiao Qie too. Xiao Qie smiled without the slightest scruple and answered, "To reply Your Majesty, which of the noble ladies in Kudu would be willing to marry down to me the way I am now? Besides, it's not my aspiration to settle down." The Empress Dowager said, "The Viceroy is too humble. Up-and-coming upstarts in the capital are few and far between nowadays. With your appearance, there will be beauties beckoning to you even when you cross the bridge on the Eastern Street. Hereditary prince, if you don't urge him, it may then be too late." Xiao Jiming smiled too and replied, "My dear father at home thinks his temperament is still volatile. He's afraid he would hold up the marriage and life of a maiden from some family." The Empress Dowager turned her head aside once again and looked at Li Jianheng with a smile. "Look at how not a single one of them is in a hurry. When the Prince of Libei was at this age, he was already married for 3 to 4 years. Li Jianheng had not come around from the previous situation, and he was feeling a little lackadaisical at the moment. Not daring to leave the Empress Dowager hanging, he glanced at Xiao Qie and replied, Mother may not be aware, Cen is reckless in nature. The common noble lady from Kudu will not be able to hold their own against him. You can't put it this way and delay his marriage for no good reason. The Empress Dowager continued, it doesn't have to be a noble lady from Kudu. I'm aware that Marquis Halian's daughter, Commandery Princess 13 Jiaoyu, is of similar age with Cen. It's a good match. Marquis Helian was the Marquis of Chuancheng. He was a member of the Fei clan, which was one of the 8 great clans. The Empress Dowager had indeed appointed a marriage 14 well-matched in status. Marquis Helian, Fei Kuan, promptly gave a toast and looked in Xiao Jiming's direction. Xiao Qie thought that the Empress Dowager would talk about Hua Xiangyi's marriage at the banquet. He did not expect the discussion this time to come directly for him instead. Outright rejection was not an option, but neither could he marry straight off in a muddle. Li Jianheng was caught off guard too. Dazed for a moment, he looked at Xiao Qie and stuttered, Commandery Princess Jiaoyu, struck by a brainwave, he said, the nation is still in mourning. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to appoint marriage at this time. It's one thing to pledge marriage and another to complete the marriage. We have not been having any good times lately. We could fix the betrothal first and wait for summertime to seek an auspicious day to hold the rites for the union. The Empress Dowager added affectionately, Jiaoyu and Xiangyi are bosom friends. It'd be perfect for them to get married at the same time. She remained tight-lipped about who Hua Xiangyi was going to marry and merely pushed Commandery Princess Jiaoyu to Xiao Qie. This made it clear that she regarded Xiao Qie's marriage as a state affair and Hua Xiangyi's marriage as a private matter. Qi Zhuin's expression was solemn, but unexpectedly enough, she said nothing. Seeing this, Lu Guangbai knew that it did not bode well and guessed that Qi Shiyu had already given his approval and told Qi Zhuyin not to say anything. However, getting married to Commandery Princess Jiaoyu was absolutely out of the question. If this marriage was decided and the Empress Dowager lifted Jiaoyu's status to princess, Xiao Qie would be marrying a princess. The consort of Dazhou had no power, with only a title in name. It would strip Xiao Qie of his military power in Kudu, which he had only just grabbed onto. The wine in Xiao Qie's throat burned like a raging fire. He had already risen to his feet, but then he saw the Empress Dowager smiling again. The hereditary prince is married to the daughter of the Lu clan's Earl of Bianxia from the Bianjuan Commandery. Your little son is now around 4 to 5 years old, right? Xiao Jiming replied, he is now 4 years old. The grandson heir is already 4 years old, yet General Lu still does not have a wife. The Empress Dowager looked towards Lu Guangbai and added, Bianjuan is a desert land. It's not easy for the general to guard and defend it. Starting a family early will reduce one of the Earl of Bianxia's concerns. General Lu seems to me to be of similar age to the hereditary prince. Why? Is it also not the general's aspiration to start a family? Lu Guangbai was momentarily at a loss for words. To reply, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager continued, Zhaoyue's disposition is lively and playful. Frankly speaking, Cen is indeed quite reckless. The general seems a lot more reliable instead. Cen, what do you think about it? If Xiao Qie did not marry Commandery Princess Jiaoyu, it would fall upon Lu Guangbai to marry her. This headache laid out in the banquet was precisely meant to put him in a dilemma. Xiao Qie had already sent Zhao Hui to bribe someone from the Ministry of Rites. Once Her Majesty opened her mouth tonight, he would testify to the fact that Hua Xiangyi was Qi Shiyu's distant relative related by blood. With the law of propriety in the way and a wide gap in seniority, this marriage would fall apart. But the Empress Dowager would not give him the chance to counter at all. Who would have guessed that it would be his marriage that would be handed over tonight? It was at this moment Xiao Qie saw the look in Shen Zichuan's eyes. As both men stood under the watchful gaze of everyone present with this thorny issue pressing down upon them, their eyes met for the briefest flicker of an instant. Xiao Qie strode a step forward and said, to reply, Your Majesty. The Imperial Food Service eunuch was transferring dishes on behalf of the Imperial Bakery. He submissively divided out the portion he was to sample and picked up the chopsticks before looking at Li Jianheng, who was about an arm away from him. Li Jianheng was still undecided as he listened to their confrontation with a frown. Sensing the lack of movement from the eunuch near him, he cast a sidelong glance over and asked, "Why are you standing?" In the twinkling of an eye, the eunuch clenched the gold-clad chopsticks and, with a lightning move of his hand, stabbed it right towards Li Jianheng's neck. It happened so abruptly that Li Jianheng did not even have the time to react. All he could do was to watch helplessly as the tip of that chopstick came stabbing towards him. His entire body stiffened as his eyes betrayed the fear in them. He could not even move his fingers. In the split second the color drained from everyone's faces, Shen Zichuan had already drawn out Yangshan Shui. The cold glint of the straight blade flashed past. Li Jianheng's throat tightened as he yelled as loud as he could. As soon as he did so, hot, fresh blood splattered onto the front and hem of his robe. Li Jianheng shouted at the top of his voice, "Protect Emmy!" The eunuch's head rolled forward and fell onto Li Jianheng's body. Li Jianheng held on tightly to both sides of the dragon throne for support. Under this heavy stench of blood, he watched as someone caught hold of that headless body which was toppling over towards him. Shen Zichuan cast aside the body and turned around indifferently to command, "Protect His Majesty." Ge Qingqing immediately drew his sword. Snow-white glint cut through the air with a swish as the imperial bodyguards stood before the imperial army like a fortified, impregnable city, becoming Li Jianheng's primary shield. With the imperial bodyguards between them, Xiao Qie had to look up before he could see Shen Zichuan's face. The balanced status quo they had always maintained was finally shattered right this very moment. Shen Zichuan looked down at him from high above and threw him a meaningful smile. That expression in his eyes was as concrete as it could be as it trampled down upon Xiao Qie's chest. Chapter 47, Power Struggle. Chapter 47, Power Struggle. Terrified, Li Jianheng kicked that human head away with his leg shaking. He no longer cared about keeping up appearances. Right this moment, he wanted so much to shrink into the dragon throne. There was a roaring in his ears as he watched the fresh blood soak through his robe. It felt as though someone was strangling him by the throat. For a long time, he could not utter a single word. Shen Zichuan kneeled on one knee and said with a severe countenance, "Don't be afraid, Your Majesty. The assassin has already been executed. This humble subject was late in coming to your protection. For this sin, I deserve death." Li Jianheng's limbs seemed to be paralyzed as he struggled with the effort to grasp hold of the armrests of the throne and shift his gaze from the corpse to Shen Zichuan's face. He almost choked with sobs as he grabbed Shen Zichuan's sleeve and said, not late at all. "You, Lanju, you've done well. I almost," summoned the imperial physician. Ignoring the bloody corpse, the Empress Dowager hurried over. She held Li Jianheng's hand and called out softly to him, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Li Jianheng was still in a panic from the fear. He swallowed his saliva with some difficulty and hastily pulled out his hand from the Empress Dowager's palms to grasp Shen Zichuan's sleeve tightly. He pleaded, "Stay here. Lead the imperial bodyguards and remain here to protect me." "The imperial bodyguards are His Majesty's guards," Shen Zichuan said without blinking an eye. "For His Majesty, the imperial bodyguards will willingly brave through fire and water. This humble subject will immediately escort Your Majesty back to Mingli Hall." Everyone at the banquet was still badly shaken. Shui Xiuzhua took a few steps forward and said sharply, "Arrest and detain everyone from the Imperial Food Service, Court of Imperial Entertainments, Imperial Bakery, and Imperial Winery. To think there is an assassin hiding among the Son of Heaven's personal attendants. All those involved in the arrangements of the inner palace eunuchs and guards' defenses must be held accountable." "Who is in charge of patrols tonight?" the Empress Dowager asked. The banquet hall fell silent. Xiao Qie bowed and said, "To reply Your Majesty, it's this subject." The Empress Dowager did not pursue further. Instead, she looked at Li Jianheng, as did the other officials. For this eunuch to be someone from the Imperial Food Service, he first had to have a clean family background and a clean history. The time he entered the palace, the services and offices among the 24 yamens he had worked in, and even which inner palace eunuchs he had been on good terms with in the past, all had to be investigated. Not only that, even the people he came into contact with had to be checked and recorded in the official files. Xiao Qie was responsible for the guards' defenses. He was supposed to vet all these matters thoroughly before the feast of 100 officials. The assassin had walked in through his layers of defenses. There was no way he could escape responsibility. With his lips pale as he dripped cold sweat, Li Jianheng said, "Take the eunuchs of the various services into custody first." Before he could finish his words, he fainted. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless one. Li Jianheng was lying unconscious in the inner room. The imperial physicians gathered in a group, while the Empress Dowager listened to their diagnosis behind the hanging curtain once more. Hai Liangyi waited on the side, as instructed explicitly by the Empress Dowager. Han Cheng led the imperial bodyguards to stand guard with their swords under the eaves, while the court officials kneeled outside. The night of Yuan Chunwan was incredibly cold. Many elderly officials were already shivering from the freezing cold, hanging on with their sheer will alone. The whole palace, shrouded in a particularly chilling atmosphere, was dead silent. Xiao Qie was not among them. He needed to arrest the inner palace eunuchs with the relevant personnel from the Ministry of Justice and the Chief Surveillance Bureau. Furthermore, the Imperial Army also had to be detained. The Imperial Army's assistant commander responsible for screening the manpower tonight had his waist token suspended. Together with the eunuchs, he was thrown into prison. There was no fire brazier set up inside the hall. Only the lanterns were lit. Xiao Qie was sitting on the lower right of the Minister of Justice, Kong Qiu. On the left was the Chief Surveillance Bureau's left censor-in-chief, Center Yu, and right censor-in-chief, Fu Linie. If this had proceeded like before, Xiao Qie would have held the same authority as the Minister of Justice to conduct trials, which would have placed him on equal footing and seating as the latter. But this time, to avoid arousing suspicion, he could only make do with the lower right seating and hand the authority of supervision over to the two head officials from the Chief Surveillance Bureau. This year was a period of troubled times, where a fresh wave of problems rose before the former had subsided. The three judicial offices had never judged cases consecutively like this. What's more, all the cases were major ones that concerned the emperor's life. Kong Qiu finished the tea that had cooled and said nothing as they waited for the prisoner to be summoned. In fact, from the moment they had sat here, no one had dared to make small talk. Everyone knew that it was not the time to jest and joke around. All of them wore solemn expressions on their faces. Xiao Qie sat in his seat and rotated his thumb ring in silence as he lost himself in contemplation. They had come prepared for this case, just like Xiaofuz's case back then. It became all the more convoluted in the instant it had occurred. If one could look beyond the facade the moment it happened, it would look like countless strings being pulled behind the scenes, concealing a deep-seated motive. The inner eunuchs from the Imperial Food Service had to test the dishes for the Son of Heaven. As such, each one from top to bottom had been thoroughly vetted for all 3 generations. To use this kind of person and turn him into an assassin would be extremely difficult. Yet, it was also very easy. First of all, it must be someone who could come into contact with the inner palace eunuchs, or a eunuch who was hiding in the palace but working for powers on the outside. Only these 2 kinds of people could coerce or entice the eunuch into assassinating the emperor. Xiao Qie suddenly remembered something at this point and stopped turning his thumb ring. Right at this time, the summoned prisoner was brought over. It was the Imperial Army's assistant commander. Kong Qiu cut the crap and went straight to the point. As the Imperial Army's assistant commander, you are the one responsible for examining the armed staff of the Imperial Army who would stand before the Emperor tonight, as well as the eunuch the Imperial Food Service arranged to taste test the dishes. How much do you know about this eunuch? The name of the assistant commander was Meng Rui, a man from a military household Xiao Qie had promoted in the 6th year of Xianda. 3. He was a very prudent man who originally served as the office manager 4 in the Imperial Army. With a gaze that never wavered, he answered in a steady voice. The eunuch assassin went by the name Guisheng. He was 26 and a native of the city of Chuncheng. His father, a resident of Baishui Street in Chuncheng, passed away from illness in the 6th year of Xianda. As the only child in the family, Guisheng entered the palace in the year of Yongyi and had been here for 12 years since. He joined the Imperial Food Service in the 1st year of Xianda and started to taste dishes for the former emperor from the 4th year of Xianda onwards. He had no special hobbies, and there is hardly anyone he associated with. Kong Qiu thought for a moment and asked, Who was the one who arranged for him to taste the dishes tonight? Meng Rui answered, the female official of the Imperial Food Service, Fueling. Kong Qiu first looked at the men from the Chief Surveillance Bureau, then at Xiao Qie before he nodded and said, the weapon used for the assassination was the golden chopsticks used by the Emperor. The Imperial Army could do nothing about it even if they did a body search or a background check on him. How about this? Assistant Commander Meng, please wait for a moment. Summon Fueling of the Imperial Food Service. Meng Rui retreated to the side. From start to end, he never made eye contact with Xiao Qie. Xiao Qie was actually not as nervous as the others expected him to be. He knew fully well that this assassination could not strip him of his military power. Perhaps he would be punished and have his salary reduced after this incident, but these would not have any significant impact on him. When the incident happened, he was too far away. There was no way he could beat Shen Zichuan to it and save the Emperor. Plus, the seating arrangement was planned according to the customs, so no one could criticize it either. And there was one more thing. That is, the speed at which Shen Zichuan had drawn his sword back then was simply too fast. In almost the blink of an eye, his blade had already returned to its sheath, and the assassin's head had toppled to the ground. This differed completely from the speed he had exhibited last time on that rainy night. Even if Xiao Qie had been standing beside him at the time of incident, he might not have necessarily been faster than him. But it was what was going to transpire after the assassination that bothered Xiao Qie the most. He had to plan ahead and save for a rainy day. He needed to curb the possibility of this matter burning its way to him. Xiao Qie thought again of that final expression in Shen Zichuan's eyes. The Imperial bodyguard's usual practice was to have a period of promotion once every 8 years. The subordinates would first be assigned to one of the 12 offices according to their household register classification, 5 then promoted according to their on-the-job performance. There were just too few opportunities for an exception to be made. Shen Zichuan's family background was unusual. Although he was now absolved from sin and exempted from punishment, he still could not be considered to have military status. If he wanted to lead and command the Imperial bodyguards, then he had to find a way to get promoted. The reasons Xiao Qie had been suppressing the Imperial bodyguards these few months were to consolidate the Imperial Army's influence and clout, and to guard against Shen Zichuan's advancements through the ranks. The situation in Kudu was chaotic, yet it was also as distinct as the waters of the Jing and Wei rivers. Everyone was already familiar with one another. All of them collaborated with one another for their own interests, then fought with each other for their own interests. Only Shen Zichuan was an unpredictable variable. Xiao Qie had tried every possible way to sound and feel him out, but he never found out what Shen Zichuan's actual intent was. If he could not figure out his motive, then he could not cooperate with him with peace of mind. Xiao Qie had hoped that Shen Zichuan could stay quietly at the bottom rank. But the assassination case this time was Shen Zichuan's answer. Impossible. He was his own blade. He would kill out a path for his own. He would not deign to be at the beck and call of others. He wanted to tear others apart, not to obey. What could a night of bedroom pleasure change? That was the howls of their resentment being vented in the pitch-dark night, a panting which stemmed from the entanglement of both men's desires. It was amidst the collision of bodies and pounding of flesh that gave rise to the feeling of fellow sufferers commiserating with one another. But this was still not enough to hamper both men from making the choices they did. Xiao Qie would never give up the power in his hands. This was the blade on which his survival depended. If he could not return to Libei, then he must grasp tightly onto this blade. Likewise, Shen Zichuan would not tolerate himself being subservient to others. He would not let others decide the course of his fate. He needed to rise through the ranks. He had to. Xiao Qie suddenly clenched his fist. Seeing that Shen Zichuan was involved in the plotting of this case, then who were his accomplices? Li Jianheng had yet to regain consciousness. Shen Zichuan was switched off duties so he could get a little rest. As he wiped his hands in the office, he heard the door behind him open, followed by someone entering. According to the plan you spoke of, Han Cheng should be the one stepping forward to save the emperor. Xue Xiuzhua rolled up his sleeves a little and washed his hands in the cold water basin. He smiled and said, The few of us brothers have been played for fools by your excellency Shun. The situation was critical. Shun Zichuan did not look back. If Han Cheng has that ability, then it wouldn't matter to have him do the saving. But he just had to be slow. What can I do? This matter won't take Xiao down. At most, he will just be impeached for governance negligence. You, however, showed your true colors before him this time. Even if you move up the ladder, you will not have an easy time in the future. I'm in the same boat with your excellency, the Assistant Minister of the Court of Judicial Review. If I'm having a hard time, Shun Zichuan looked back and said with a smile, then do you think you can rest easy? I heard that there is a kind of mad dog ruthless enough to bite one of its own. Shui Xiuzhua dried his palms in the air and looked at Shun Zichuan. Being on the same boat with someone who uses others as stepping stones this unreservedly will, instead, strike fear in one's heart. How can you say that? Shun Zichuan said, the ones who gain the upper hand tonight are all my brothers. Am I not the scapegoat before Xiao who takes the fall for everyone? I'll be a thorn in Xiaoya's flesh in the future. He ought to hate me to death right now. The friendship between His Majesty and Xiao runs deep. His act of saving His Majesty's life at the Nanlin hunting grounds is the hardest to forget. Even if you stand out this time, you might not necessarily be able to top and replace Xiao. The first step is always the hardest. Shun Zichuan smiled. If His Majesty truly is grateful to Xiao for saving his life, then he wouldn't continue to keep him trapped in Kudu. The so-called gratitude of man is only worth so much. Shui Xiuzhua wiped his hands and laughed for a moment before he said, although there was a slight deviation in our plan tonight, it was, nevertheless, still a success. Your Honor the Judge 7, please be sure to look out for me in the future. The judge of the Imperial Bodyguards was a 5th grade 8 official post. By this, Shui Xiuzhua was telling Shun Zichuan how much he could get during the conferment of reward in the days to come. Shun Zichuan was not surprised. He said, the people from the Imperial Food Service are going to stand trial. The Minister of Justice, Kong Chiu, is an impartial and incorruptible official. All of you better not buckle under his interrogations. Since we dared to do it, then we aren't afraid of them investigating. Shui Xiuzhua tidied up his sleeves and said courteously, I hope we can continue to work together in the new year. May we soon get what our hearts desire. I'm indebted to Your Excellency the Assistant Minister for looking after me. Shun Zichuan stared at him and said genially, no doubt I will fulfill this long-cherished wish. Chapter 48, Beating Them at Their Own Game. Chapter 48, Beating Them at Their Own Game. Li Jianheng had a nightmare. He dreamed of that rainy night at the Nanlin hunting grounds, where the branches slapped at his face harshly as he covered his head and dodged frantically. The horse he rode galloped wildly onward. Li Jianheng wanted to clutch the reins in fear, but Xiao Qie suddenly turned around and grabbed him by the collar to toss him off the horse. Xian, save me. Li Jianheng pleaded on his knees after falling to the ground. Xian, we are brothers. Don't leave me here. Xiao Qie's expression was grave amidst the flashes of lightning and claps of thunder. He faced him and said callously, knock him out and hoist him away. Li Jianheng watched with his snot and tears flowing as Chen Yang approached him. He could not help but feel so frightened that he moved backward and brandished his arms as he bellowed, I'm the Emperor. How can you treat me this way? Li Jianheng's back bumped into someone. He turned his head and looked back to see Emperor Shenda stooping over to grab hold of his wrist. He immediately called out, Imperial brother, save me. Emperor Shenda tightened his grip, his fingers digging into Li Jianheng's flesh. He coughed blood and said in a frosty voice, he who saves you today can kill you tomorrow. Do you understand? Li Jianheng struggled painfully, but he could not free his arm no matter what he did. The rain from the above suddenly turned into drops of something sticky. Li Jianheng touched it. His palm came away full of blood. He looked up, and a head tumbled down from the darkness with a thud. With an inscrutable burst of strength, Li Jianheng pushed and kicked himself free from Emperor Shenda's hand. Gasping, he crawled up from the mud and trembled as he kicked the human head aside before crying and shouting at the black shadows around him, I'm the Emperor. I'm the Son of Heaven. Who wants to kill me? Who? Your Majesty. Someone called him softly. Your Majesty. Li Jianheng abruptly opened his eyes. He stared at the golden roof absent-mindedly and murmured, Who wants to kill me? Who wants to kill me? The Empress Dowager wiped away the sweat for Li Jianheng with a handkerchief and bent over to say, Jianheng, Imperial Mother is here. Jianheng. Sorrow overcame Li Jianheng. His mother had died early, and Emperor Guangxing had never once looked at him in the eyes. In all the years he had indulged in carnal pleasures, no one had ever called him Jianheng. Imperial Mother, Li Jianheng choked with sobs and cried out, Mother. The Empress Dowager turned her head slightly, as though she was wiping away her tears, and said, You've been out for the entire night. I was truly afraid. If you're still in pain somewhere, you must tell me. Li Jianheng looked at the Empress Dowager and noticed that she was still wearing the ceremonial robe from last night. She must have been here watching over him the entire night. Li Jianheng immediately propped himself up and saw the grey hair on the Empress Dowager's temples. Both her eyes were slightly red, and she looked so much more haggard. Li Jianheng felt warm inside. He wiped his eyes, held the Empress Dowager's arms, and said, I'm sorry to have worried Mother. I'm fine. Hai Liangyi was kneeling outside, where he had also been keeping watch for the entire night. He knew that Li Jianheng had already woken up when he heard sounds of speaking inside and could not help but feel relieved. A moment later, the palace maids entered with light movements to wait on Li Jianheng and help him wash up. The Empress Dowager personally held the medicine bowl and tasted it herself before feeding it to Li Jianheng. Li Jianheng finished up the medicine. He still did not look too good, but his complexion was much better than last night. He put on his boots and walked out, where he saw a still kneeling Hai Liangyi. Greatly touched, he stepped forward to help Hai Liangyi up and said, Secretariat Elder, I'm fine. Hai Liangyi almost could not stand up. Li Jianheng did not want him to continue keeping watch and consequently dismissed him along with all the major officials kneeling outside, leaving only Kong Qiu, Center Yu, and Fu Linya, who had been investigating all night. What have you found out? Li Jianheng asked impatiently. Minister Kong, tell me quickly. Kong Qiu kowtowed and said, The Ministry of Justice has been investigating through the night. Our investigations show that the eunuch assassin was named Gu Yisheng. He was assigned by Fu Ling, a female official of the Imperial Food Service, to assume the duty of tasting the dishes at the feast of 100 officials. Female official? Li Jianheng wondered in astonishment. Why is this female official trying to harm me? Kong Qiu replied, The reason is unknown. Li Jianheng said anxiously, You didn't find out after investigating for the whole night? Kong Qiu exchanged glances with the other two men. After a moment of silence, he said, Your Majesty is unaware, but Fu Ling, knowing that she can't escape the long arm of the law, has already consumed poison to mute herself. She's now awaiting her punishment. Understanding suddenly dawned on Li Jianheng. He said, She's a female official in the palace. Why would she do such a thing? She must be afraid of letting something slip under heavy torture, so she consumed poison first to make herself a mute. There must be an instigator behind this. Kong Qiu said again, Your Majesty is wise. My two colleagues from the Chief Surveillance Bureau and I think so too. Hence, we dug deep into this woman and discovered that she still has an aged mother who resides in a remote corner alley on Donglong Street. Although her dwelling is small, it's not something a mere female official of the Imperial Palace can afford. This humble subject continued investigating and discovered that she was indeed not the one who bought the house herself. Instead, it was a human broker of Donglong Street who let her stay there on credit. Li Jianheng was intimately acquainted with Donglong Street, and Kong Qiu's words immediately roused his doubts. He said, Since it's only her and her widowed mother in the family, then, in all likelihood, there'll be nothing of value she can put up as collateral for a house. Kong Qiu said, Exactly. I find there to be many questionable doubts in this case, so I summoned the human broker over to question him and learned that it was on account of the Imperial Army that the human broker let her have the house on credit. Li Jianheng's heart skipped a beat. He was on tenterhooks as he paused for a moment before asking, What does this have to do with the Imperial Army? Kong Qiu said, This was what Yuan Liu, a 6th grade Judge 1 of the Imperial Army's Judicial Office, specifically told the human broker. Although Yuan Liu and Fu Ling aren't betrothed, There are long-standing rumors of an illicit affair between them. Li Jianheng suddenly rose and asked, "Does Viceroy Xiao know?" Kong Qiu knew that he was on good terms with Xiao Qiye. For a moment, he could not tell if he intended to protect Xiao Qiye or was planning something else, so he could only answer truthfully. The Viceroy pleaded to be unaware of this matter. Li Jianheng remained rooted in place. His expression underwent a few changes before he eventually said, "There are many people in the Imperial Army. It stands to reason that he's not in the know about this. Don't disclose or make this matter known first. You may withdraw for now. Summon Han Cheng and Shen Zhechuan in. I want to reward them." Standing on the hardened snow, Xiao Qiye kicked the door to the torture prison open. The prison guard within had already gotten news of his arrival, so he hurriedly led Xiao Qiye inside. Fuling, only 23 years of age, was locked up within. Because of the torture she received, she was now sitting motionlessly on the hay with her bun all disheveled. Xiao Qiye stepped through the cell door. Chen Yang took off his cloak for him. He was so tall and imposing that the sight of him caused Fuling to tremble out of fear the moment he strode through the door. Xiao Qiye was actually very dashing. He gave off a complicated vibe that was a blend of frivolousness and ferocity. As a result, he could be either a frivolous young master or a glacial lord of the Azura. He changed his mask freely, and once swapped, even his bearing would change to befit the occasion. Right now, he was a noble young master who was just passing by this place. Xiao Qiye first sized up the cell. He bent over slightly to look through that narrow window and saw that it was still the prison's high walls outside. He could not help but lose interest. Retracting his gaze, he straightened up again, then turned his head and lowered his eyes to look at Fuling, who was on the ground. Fuling clung to the wall, feeling as if those eyes were filled with innate contempt. "Female official of the Imperial Food Service," Xiao Qiye said. Fuling did not raise her head and merely stared at his boots. Chen Yang carried over a chair for Xiao Qiye to sit. He propped a knee and looked at the top of Fuling's head. Yuan Liu has a wife and concubines, yet he still risked the suspension of his waist token to arrange a residence for you. How gorgeous are you that he could even be coaxed into abandoning his own life? Raise your head. Let me see. Fuling shrank into herself and did not respond. Xiao Qiye leaned back and said, "He's old enough to be your father, and you're still willing? Becoming a female official is different from becoming a palace maid. When you are released, you could at least be married to a descendant from a proper background. Yuan Liu is a 6th grade official of insignificance, and a military ruffian to boot. He has neither affluence nor influence. Are you too blind or too infatuated to be choosing him?" The prison cell was quiet. "Let's not talk about Yuan Liu for now. What could you possibly have used to coerce Guisheng into assassination? You don't have money either, so the instigator must have been someone else. You're now a mute, a scapegoat whose fate has been decided early on. Your master is a brilliant manipulator to use the likes of you all he can and kick you aside after. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. But since you implicated me, Xiao Xian, in this mess, then do you think you can just die easily like this?" Xiao Qiye chuckled. "I don't think so, lady." Chen Yang turned around and nodded to the prison guard behind him. The clanking sounds of chains and shackles rang out as Yuan Liu, who was filthy all over, was dragged out. Yuan Liu stumbled towards Fuling and snapped, "You bitch. To think you'd bring me down this way." Fuling trembled and crawled along the wall towards the other side. Yuan Liu grabbed hold of her ankle and said dismally, "What am I to you? I treated you so well, and this is how you repay me." Fuling's tears would not stop as she was pulled back. She kicked Yuan Liu and let out a raspy, glottal scream. Yuan Liu tugged at her and said, "When your elderly mother was critically sick, I carried her on my back to see the physician. I gave you whatever you wanted. You not only deceived me, you even want to drag my whole family to die with you. You despicable woman." The shackles made a sound as Yuan Liu, who had lost control of himself, was pulled back by Chen Yang. His arms were still outstretched as he said with a ferocious expression, "I will not let you off. I will never let you off, even when I become a ghost." Xiao Qiye looked again through the small window where he sat and saw a piece of the sky the size of a square Kun 3 outside. There was no snow today, only pale clouds piling up in the sky. He was indifferent to the drama of grudges being played out before him. Yuan Liu sat on his heels on the ground as he bawled inconsolably. He then crawled towards Xiao Qie and kowtowed to him while begging, "Viceroy, Viceroy, forgive me this once. I'm begging you. I was bewitched and blinded by lust. I'm willing to slave it out for you like an ox or a horse as repayment for this favor." Xiao Qie looked at him. "I'm not the one who holds your life in my hands. Spare me your begging and go beg her instead. Kowtow to her for the sake of all the young and old in your family. Consider it a repayment of the debt you owe your wives and sons for seeking the momentary pleasure of an affair behind their backs." Yuan Liu then turned to Fuling, begging and kowtowing, "Let me off. Can't you just let me off? I have nothing to do with this matter. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. My whole family of 8, I don't want them all to die here." Fuling shed tears but did not look at him. Yuan Liu's tears poured in torrents. Genuinely afraid now, he kowtowed until his forehead bled. He said, "Fuling, one night of husband and wife is worth 100 days of gratitude. Even though we have yet to be married, the sentiments of these past years are still here. I'm begging you, please don't pin this on me. I'll be your son, your grandson in my next life. Please let me off. I wanted to give that residence to your elderly mother as a show of filial respect." "How could you?" He was sobbing so hard that he almost choked as he struggled to continue. "How could you take it and threaten my entire family's lives with it? Do you not have a heart?" Fuling hoarsely uttered something with a pained expression as she kowtowed to Yuan Liu too. Her mouth opened and shut as she mouthed words that were clearly sorry. Yuan Liu moved forward on his knees and held Fuling by the arms. The blood streamed down his forehead as he cried sorrowfully, "I don't want your kowtows. I want you to explain this clearly. I don't want to die. Fuling, don't ruin me." On seeing this, Xiao Qie commented, "Plotting an assassination will not land you a sentence of execution by decapitation. It's fine if you want to die. But it's such a pity for your mother to be this old and still have to endure the tortures. Do you not know the kind of place the imperial prison is? Being skinned and flayed are all possible outcomes if she were to fall into the imperial bodyguard's hands." Fuling looked up and wept. Xiao Qie said, "Did your master not communicate this to you? I'll make sure this case doesn't end quickly. Another day of delay is another day of punishment, for you, for him, and for your mother. You can keep taking the tortures until I'm satisfied, then we can say our goodbyes." Fuling sobbed hatefully at him. Xiao Qie remained still and merely looked at her as he said, "Isn't it said that you should look who the owner is before you beat up a dog? Now that you've bitten me, Xiao Xian, then we shall all suffer together. I'll whip you until your skin flays and your flesh is torn, until you'd rather die than live. Let's see who will succumb first. Chen Yang, drag her elderly mother over." Chen Yang answered and exited the prison door. Fuling suddenly screamed, but her throat was already damaged, and the scream sounded like the cry of a beast at the brink of desperation. She charged towards Xiao Qie and pounced onto the ground, using her fingers to scrawl out characters. Xiao Qie leaned over and watched for a while before saying, "Give her paper and a brush. I want this to be written down in black and white." Fuling was taken away by Chen Yang to sign her confession, leaving only Xiao Qie and Yuan Liu in the prison cell. Seeing that Xiao Qie was about to leave, Yuan Liu immediately grabbed hold of the corner of Xiao Qie's robe. "Viceroy," said Yuan Liu, "it's all good now. Does that mean I can?" Putting on his cloak, Xiao Qie turned his head back and said, "When did you take up the post as a judge at the judicial office?" Yuan Liu hurriedly gestured with his fingers and answered, "The 3rd year after the viceroy was appointed." Xiao Qie said, "If so, then you're with me." Yuan Liu nodded his head in a panic and said, "I'm viceroy's man." Xiao Qie was now feeling somewhat vexed after having stayed up all night. He held onto his blade and used the sheath to push away Yuan Liu's hand. He said, "My men don't have this much clout to get Donglong Street's human brokers to sell to them on credit. All the newly bought estates by the Imperial Army need to be reported, but you didn't. Apart from this residence, you also have farmlands outside the city. You're faring pretty well for a 6th grade judge. Do you really not know who's feeding you?" Tears and snot flowed as Yuan Liu burst into tears. I've been deceived. I shouldn't have coveted those bits of things. Viceroy. But I didn't betray the imperial army. Xiao Qi'er slightly stretched his neck that was becoming sore. Without sparing him another look, he said, How old is your son? 4 years old. I'll take care of him for you. Xiao Qi'er said expressionlessly, End yourself after this case concludes. The moment the prison cell door slammed shut, Yuan Liu collapsed limply to the ground. Xiao Qi'er stepped into the dark and damp prison hallway. As he listened to the wails behind him, he received the confession statement from Chen Yang. He had only just strode out of the prison's main gate when he saw Ji Yujin rushing over. Young master. Ji Yujin said, Fuling's mother is dead. Chen Yang furrowed his brows. Fortunately, master didn't enter the palace this morning. Otherwise, Fuling would be left without misgivings, and we wouldn't have gotten our hands on this confession. A stack of papers. Xiao Qi'er flipped through the confession statement under the light. Fuling didn't even see the other person's face. We can't snare anyone with this alone. Chen Yang said, At least the imperial army is in the clear. Master, will you go into the palace and present this to His Majesty? Xiao Qi'er looked at him and asked, Why must the imperial army be in the clear? Chen Yang and Ji Yujin were both dumbfounded. Xiao Qi'er sneered, If I'm to be the caged beast, I should act the part of being besieged by others. They're in such a hurry to splash dirty water on me. It's not enough. I'll not only take this dirty water right to the face, I'll even roll in the mud. The filthier, the better. Let them vilify me so that they can pull off their unified front and be the accomplished ones pulling the wool over the public. If they can even trample upon the imperial army viceroy this easily, then His Majesty ought to be suspicious and afraid once he returns to his senses. It's only recently that the Hua clan is done for. Whoever wants to be the new faction will be just asking for death. Chapter 49, Cold Glint. Chapter 49, Cold Glint. Before Xiao Qi'er entered the palace, Sun Zichuan already had an audience with Li Jianheng at Mingli Hall and was conferred the title of a 5th Grade 1 Judge 2 of the Imperial Bodyguards. As such, his waist token was replaced to a gold-plated bronze token embossed with a Xieji 3 amidst patterns of clouds, and with the words Guard on one side and Emperor's Entourage on the other. Having only received some rewards this time, Han Cheng was inwardly unhappy. He knew that he had been used by Sun Zichuan as a stepping stone. But he also knew that Sun Zichuan was now in the Emperor's good graces, so he must not let ill will form between them. Back at the office hall, Sun Zichuan's comrades all came forth to congratulate him. Sun Zichuan responded to them one by one. When Han Cheng saw that the men had more or less dispersed, he said, This is the first time you're wearing a gold token. There are matters that you're still unsure of, right? Sun Zichuan humbled himself and said, I'll still need Your Excellency the Commander-in-Chief to guide me. Feeling flattered, Han Cheng said, This gold token for guards must be worn at the waist when you are on duty, and should not be shown externally when you are on break. Those who are part of the Emperor's entourage usually still hold a post in the 12 offices. You can't behave like you used to, you have to be more prudent with your words. Although you have carried out missions in the past, it's different now. For future missions, if it's an arrest warrant, don't be in such a hurry to initiate the arrest. You have to head to the Office of Scrutiny for Justice and let the supervising secretary there affix his signature. If it is a local order, then you will have to leave Kudu for said place to investigate the case. Before you leave, you have to make a trip to the Ministry of Justice and Chief Surveillance Bureau to sign off on it. With modesty, Sun Zichuan listened to his teachings. When Han Cheng saw that his attitude was respectful and was no different from how he was before his promotion, he could not help but to feel an urge to foster this talent. He continued, In the past, the Eastern Depot lorded it over us. Each time we see the Eastern Depot eunuchs when we head out, we have to bow down to them and fawn on them. But now the 24 Yamen is vacant and unattended, and the Eastern Depot is all but dismissed from office. They are the ones who should bow on seeing us now. There's no need to play nice to the eunuchs. However, there is one thing you must remember, that is, although the imperial bodyguards take orders from the emperor, we still need to have dealings with the 3 judicial offices. Most of the time, when we go elsewhere for fieldwork, it's with the censor from the Chief Surveillance Bureau. Everyone's functions and authority seem detached from one another, but in fact, they still need each other. So when you are out on missions, you must maintain a good relationship with the officials from the 3 judicial offices. Never lose your temper at them. If you unwittingly leave behind pent-up animosity, you will have a hard time with your future assignments. Shun Zichuan already knew these matters by heart, but he listened intently as if this were his first time hearing of them. Lastly, Han Cheng gave him a favor and told him, if you need a new batch of manpower, go to the duty records room and choose from the book register. After thanking him, Shun Zichuan stepped out of the door and walked along the corridor to make his way outside. He was not in a rush to head to the duty records room to choose his men. When he walked out of the palace gates, Xiao Qie was sitting in the horse carriage waiting for him. Shun Zichuan paused in his tracks and was about to turn around. Xiao Qie partially lifted the curtain and said unhurriedly, now that you've gotten a promotion and a raise, you wouldn't be too stingy to treat me to a drink, would you? Shun Zichuan saw Ding Dao and Jiu Jin standing on either side of Xiao Qie, glaring at him like tigers watching their prey. So he scoffed a breath of cold air and answered calmly, I wouldn't. I was just looking for you. Both men went to the courtyard that Xiao Qie had used to invite both of their shifu for a meal. The inside of the house had been cleared of tables and chairs. Small screens 4 were used to partition out seats on all 4 sides, and there was a simple but exquisite table with curved ends 5 in the middle. It was a very suitable place to have a drink and a chat. It was hot in the room. Both men took off their coats. Xiao Qie sat cross-legged in a casual pose, whereas Shun Zichuan sat on his heels in a dignified fashion. Xiao Qie laughed and said, when it comes to our bearings, you look more like the gentleman of noble birth. Did Ji Gangshifu also teach you all these? This had all been beaten into him by Grand Mentor Qis Ruler. 6 Instead of answering, Shun Zichuan asked, so why were you waiting for me by the palace gates today? Xiao Qie looked on as the maidservant served the wine dishes and waited until she closed the door before saying, weren't you looking for me? You first. I noticed that you didn't enter the palace to seek an audience with the emperor. You were busy working the entire night last night. I presumed you were at the torture prison. Shun Zichuan took a few sips of tea first to warm his body, then continued, fueling was an easy one to investigate, wasn't she? Indeed. Xiao Qie poured wine for himself. She was such a breeze to investigate that she doesn't seem like the kind of person you should use. Not only does she have an elderly mother, but she is also soft-hearted. Someone like her with so many weaknesses to exploit is the easiest to manipulate, but also the most likely to change her tune. Shun Zichuan smiled and said, you're right. If it were me, I'd surely not use someone like her. But Shun Lanju. Xiao Qie stared at him as he drank, taking a moment to moisten his throat before saying, even if you did use this kind of person, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm human too. Shun Zichuan took the wine jar from Xiao Qie's side. I still have some feelings. But you've reserved none of those feelings for me, Xiao Qie lamented. Shun Zichuan poured wine slowly and said, same goes for you. I reached out to you repeatedly. Xiao Qie said with a genial expression. But you turned a blind eye to my efforts, and even hardened your heart to fight it out with me, no? Even if you reach out, but only give me useless information, Shun Zichuan set down the wine jar before looking at him and continuing, then wouldn't this alliance be too cheap of a deal? So you turned around and allied with Shi Hongxian. Xiao Qie scoffed, what is he that is even better than your second young master? Second young master was more impressive when he beat me down. Shun Zichuan said, you can't blame a capable man for taking up the top position. How could I bear to blame you? Xiao Qie asked through the steam from the pot, are you annoyed that you couldn't trample over me last night? No. Shun Zichuan answered with a smile. Sometimes your gaze is truly very ruthless. Before Shun Zichuan could reply, Xiao Qie continued, but of course, a little ruthlessness gives you flavor. Shun Zichuan restrained himself for a moment before retorting, then you have very special tastes. You're not lacking either. Xiao Qie made a double entendre. This is the first time I've met someone who likes getting bitten. Back to the topic. Shun Zichuan diverted the course of conversation. Why were you looking for me? To have a drink. Xiao Qie downed the wine in his cup. And to have a little chat while we're at it. The human broker on Donglong Street has a backer. However, we each minded our own business, so everyone has lived in harmony in the past. But now that they are framing this on me, I'd naturally have to investigate the one backing them. Shun Zechuan scooped a portion of the dish from the pot. Xiao Qie said, "How strange that my investigation only led me to Shi Hongxian. When we were here the last time, you even went out of your way to tell me that the 8 great clans would ally together to deal with me. But then you turned around and trampled on me together with the 8 great clans. After thinking it over for a long time, I still couldn't figure out what your motives were. But as soon as I reversed the course of events, I understood." Shun Zichuan ate the fish like a cat did, neatly and beautifully. Without raising his head, he merely mumbled an aha to indicate that he was listening. Xiao Qie twirled the wine cup on the table and continued, "I should have rearranged and put your scheme to trample me before alliance with the 8 great clans. That way, everything would make sense. Your aim was not to bring me down at all. You incited Shi Hongxian and urged him to ally with the other clans, but you also leaked news of it to me. You wanted me to react and use my authority of office over the 8 great training divisions to convince the other clans not to ally with Shi Hongxian. What do they call it? The art of political maneuvering? 7 using words alone to sow discord within and to sabotage the potential alliance of the 8 great clans is but a trivial issue. Leaving bad blood between them from the subsequent fallout is the real prelude to the great task that you truly intend to undertake." Shun Zechuan glanced at him and asked, "Did you come up with this just from finding out that Shi Hongxian was one of the backers of the human broker on Donglong Street? Some clues are like spider webs and horse tracks." Xiao Qie said. "You can't wipe them clean. When Shi Jiyuan was held in the imperial prison, Shi Hongxian sold out the former's life in exchange for an official position. Now that I think of it, that should have been your suggestion too. Otherwise, Shi Hongxian wouldn't heed your advice so readily." Shun Zichuan wiped his fingers with a handkerchief and thought for a moment before saying, "The one who can make him listen to advice readily isn't me. I initially thought that you were in a hurry to be promoted so that it'd be easier for you to investigate the case of Zhongguo troops' defeat." Xiao Qie poured wine once more and continued, "Who knew your appetite would be so great? What good would it do you to divide the 8 great clans? You are well aware that Kudu is surrounded by the 8 great cities and that they have far outlasted the Li clan. You've seen Hua Xiqian's rebellion at the hunting grounds and how big of a case it was, yet the Emperor Dowager has still emerged unscathed. How can you harbor the delusion of using the power of one man to break them up and oust them from power? Pry apart this mist of Kudu and take a good look underneath. You will see that they have already been standing tall for several hundred years with their roots deeply entrenched underground." Shun Zichuan's chopsticks came to a complete stop. When he sat upright, it felt as though he was about to launch into light intellectual conversations. He was not angry. In fact, he was very composed as he said, "I'll only ask you one question." Xiao Qie paused for a moment before saying, "Go ahead." Shun Zichuan spoke, "All along, the Xiao clan and Hua clan have been holding each other back. Owing to the Nanlin hunting grounds incident, the Hua clan started to show signs of decline, while the Xiao clan got the upper hand. But, did you win?" Xiao Qie gripped his wine cup tightly. It was already dusk outside, but the lamps in the room were still not lit. Shun Zichuan's seated shadow before the window appeared frail. He said, "You've quickly come to the realization that it's not just the Hua clan you are facing. Perhaps in the beginning, you could still console yourself that they only want the 8 great training divisions. But you only have to think of the 6 prefectures of Zhongguo to understand that what they want is far more than this. There isn't a decisive ruling on the defeat of Zhongguo yet." Concealed in the dark, Xiao Qie stayed silent for a brief while. "And yet you're so sure that they are the ones who did it? This is a bad debt." Shun Zichuan said, "We've gone through the case regarding the defeat of Zhongguo again and again with the intent to ascertain whose fault it was. But in fact, this was never a matter that a single person could control. Furthermore, there was one thing in the defeat that no one could quite figure out even to this date." Xiao Qie stated, "Why?" "That's right. Why?" Shun Zichuan affirmed his words. Biantia defeated the frontier and entered our territory, and everyone's morale and spirit took a beating. The tens of thousands of lives lost in Zhongbua was only a temporary issue. The dilemmas that followed also include the loss of years of taxes from the 6 prefectures of Zhongbua, the resettlement of the population, the redistribution of the farmlands, and the rebuilding of the massacred cities and towns. The state treasury could not bear this burden, and so Zhongbua became the national debt. The most difficult part was the restructuring of the garrison troops. Without sufficient manpower, Zhongbua will be defeated once more. How much longer can the reinforcements from Libei and Chidong last? This directly concerns the safety of Kudu. Did all these questions not pass through anyone's minds before the Zhongbua's troops' defeat, or was it done precisely because these were expected? Perhaps the 8 great clans were not the main instigators, but without their power and influence, this sort of thing could not have been done either. They are always involved each time there's political unrest in Dazhou. The turning point for Hua clan's rise to power began 25 years ago while Emperor Guangqing was on the throne. To fortify her power, the Empress Dowager killed the crown prince, a virtuous talent who observed propriety. But 80 years ago, during Emperor Yong'an's time, the clan who held sway over the imperial court was the Yarrow, a prestigious clan that produced 3 talents. Even the Grand Secretariat was known as the Hall of Yarrow. Then, there was the Shi clan who became the key to Dazhou's granaries when Jueshi opened up Yongyi Harbor 100 years ago. Making use of this opportunity to claim the Gulf Sultan of the Shu Sea to the west, they became the head of all the tycoons in the world. Even the Li clan has to borrow money from them for the matrimony of their nobles. None of these happened because of personal scores. Rather, they were taking turns to be the leading powerhouse of the clans while emperors came and went. Since the beginning, none of these clans have truly been on the decline. Poor households do not produce noble sons. Very few of Dazhou's significant officials who could influence the political situation of the imperial court were born from a poor family. How many years did it take for a Qi Hualien to surface? And how many years did it take for a Hai Liangyi to appear? They are just like a sloppy stroke of the brush that, despite having endured and making it this far, was also hastily brushed off as a mere mention in history. If we must mention someone who is able to stand tall amidst the iron web of the 8 great clans, then this man is someone you are most familiar with. Shun Zechuan watched Xiao Qie as he enunciated each word. The Prince of Libei had a humble beginning and was born at the foot of the Hongyang Mountains. At the age of 15, he was drafted into the army at the Luoxia Pass, where he was promoted to the Luoxia Pass garrison by age 20. The garrison troops was defeated at the foot of the Hongyang Mountains when he was 23. He went on to build the horse range of Luoxia at 26 and established the cavalry of Luoxia at 28. When he was 30, he battled against the Biantia Hanshi tribe once more. He crossed the Hongyang Mountains by 32 and set foot all over the eastern Hongyang mountain range by 35. From here onwards, the Luoxia cavalry was disbanded and took on the name of Libei Armored Cavalry. No longer part of the Luoxia Pass garrison, he was thrice bestowed and conferred the title of the different surnamed Prince 8 of Libei in Dazhou. The scale of Libei's great commandery was then determined, and Dazhou thus occupied the entire range of the Hongyang Mountains. The war between the Xiao clan and the 8 great clans is not only a power struggle, but also a battle between nobility and the common people. The man who had broken through the barrier to reach the peak was Xiao Fengshu. From a very long time ago, you and the 8 great clans were already at the stage of irreconcilable antagonism. Shun Zichuan lowered his gaze slightly and arranged the bowl and chopsticks in front of him neatly. He said, "To ally with me, you have to bring forth a sincerity like mine at the very least, and not just a word or two about the Imperial Army's accounts. Those are worthless to me." The small screens isolated the sound of wind from them as both men sat each in their own posture opposite one another. The window lit up slightly, and the indistinct glow of snow gleamed upon both men's side profiles, reflecting the chills of the pitch-black night. Placed in opposition with one another, Longli Blade and Yang Shan Shui were sheathed, yet the room still flashed with cold glints from the cutting edges of both blades. Chapter 50. In the Same Boat. Chapter 50. In the same boat. Sounding somebody out is merely to test the waters. Xiao Qie's eyes were cold. Honest sincerity is like the process of undressing. It's only by proceeding in a proper sequence that we can come to have a heart-to-heart talk today. You are right. After the incident at the Nanlin hunting grounds, I thought that there would be changes to the Grand Secretariat led by Hai Liang-yi. However, he still reused Xue Xiuzhua of the 8 great clans, putting him in an important post. This shows that even when he reached the position where he could overhaul the system, he still had to bow to the noble clan's power and influence. Under such circumstances, the Xiao clan alone cannot do anything, much like one log alone cannot prop up an entire building. Then how should one describe them? Shun Zichuan pondered over it a little. When there is no common enemy, they are their own enemies. Keeping the balance and not letting the bowl of water overturn due to inherent bias is far more difficult than dealing with someone else. Before the Xiao clan's appearance, the 8 great clans merely underwent internal change following the rise of one clan and the fall of another. But after the Xiao clan surfaced, they began to separate the wheat from the chaff. The defeat of the Hua clan is just temporary. The imperial court purged itself of the Hua clan's remnants, but no one, not even Hai Liang-yi, proposed to hold the Empress Dowager accountable. The current marriage alliance between the Hua and Qi clans is to preserve the Hua clan's usefulness and to whittle away external help that the Xiao clan can seek. Some things, when seen on its own, might not necessarily tell you anything. It's only when the dots are connected that they will give you the shivers. Are you talking about the defeat of the Zhongbo troops and the Hua-Qi marriage alliance? Xiao Qie asked. The strategy of befriending a distant state while attacking one nearby. Shun Zichuan extended a finger and drew a circle on the table. After taking down the 6 prefectures of Zhongbo, a void will open up in Libei's defense on the southwest side. Cizhou lies close to the northeast provision's bridle path, which is the lifeblood of Libei. With no one from Zhongbo to defend it now, it becomes the territory of the 8 great clans of Kudu. Bring the marriage alliance with the Qi clan of Chidong into play, and you will be left high and dry with your back to Hongyang Mountains, the Bianxia tribes to the east, and double enemies to the south. There's a 5-year gap between both events. Who could have guaranteed that Hua Xiqian would definitely rebel? And who could have ensured that I'd surely come to the emperor's rescue? Xiao Qie slowly furrowed his eyebrows. There must be a purpose for the defeat of Zhongbo's troops. Shun Zichuan said after a moment of silence. It's not hard to control the situation. The difficulty lies in controlling the direction in which the situation progresses. If my guess is right, then there is someone hidden among the 8 great clans who can control the way the wind blows. If there's really such a person, Xiao Qie said, then it means that everyone is on the chessboard, and every step is within his anticipation. He is no longer a genius, but a god who has Dazhou in his control. How are you going to fight him? The strategy of driving a wedge between the 8 great clans can't overcome the relationship forged through decades of marriage alliances between clans. They are inseparable in the face of public enemies. The unpredictability of the turbulent tempest is better than the tranquility of the calm sea. It's only when the water is muddied that they won't be able to distinguish between friend or foe. In actuality, they are not invulnerable to attacks. Shun Zichuan retracted his finger and continued, how is it that Xiao Fengshu was able to break through the noble clan's defenses? If this web is really tight enough, then how could significant ministers like Qi Hualien and Hai Liang-yi rise in spite of their humble backgrounds? Your father was able to establish the Libei armored cavalry's predecessor, Luoxia cavalry, because the officials of the Eastern Palace headed by the Crown Prince implemented the Yellow Register system too to keep records of households. This enabled the frontiers to conscript soldiers for its troops. At the same time, it allowed the soldiers to have a hereditary household register 3 so that they could belong under the jurisdiction of the commandery city's military. This separated it from the command of the Kudu noble clan's younger generation who have been appointed a post outside the capital, thereby allowing the Prince of Libei to unify military power so that he would no longer be subjected to the control and surveillance of the local civil officials. Not only that, the current well-trained and powerful army of Libei also has Dazhou's implementation of the state farm system for to thank. You know better than I how important these military troops who carry out both garrison and farming duties 5 are. Why was Lu Guangbai having a harder time than Xiao Jiming? because the Bianjuan commandery had no way of putting the policy of army farming into practice. The desert wastelands could not be cultivated to produce food, so Lu Guangbai could only rely on the subsidy of Kudu's military funds and provisions. Deploying 70% of the military troops for farming and 30% for military affairs and defense might not allow the frontier troops to achieve full self-sufficiency. But it still greatly reduced the pressure for provisions on the frontier troops. And this was of vital importance to the frontier troops. Grand Mentor Qi would rather pretend to be a lunatic if it allowed him to drag out an ignoble existence. Other than his unappeasable hatred, he was also loath to abandon the wounds that had been torn open. The Eastern Palace had dozens of subordinates, all of whom were officials from humble families the Crown Prince had personally handpicked himself. To assist the Crown Prince, Qi Hualien forked out all that he had learned in his lifetime and invested it in him. Each word of the die is cast, he shouted with his hands raised 5 years ago, was tears of blood that represented his inability to simply resign himself to it. You encroach into my territory one step at a time, and indulge me again and again as I test your limit, all just for tonight, to get me into the same boat as you. Xiao Qie leaned forward slowly, his eyes cold. But if I had not followed the trail to Shi Hongxian tonight or figured out your purpose, would you really trample down on me and use me as a stepping board? You are a wolf with a keen sense of smell. Shun Zichuan said, why do you make yourself out to be so pitiful? If I weren't me, you wouldn't give me a chance to step in at all. We wouldn't even be having a conversation. You and I are such a breed of people. Instead of asking me, why don't you ask yourself first? Xiao Qie said, you are an asshole. Shun Zichuan said, it isn't easy to find like-minded assholes. Xiao Qie stopped contending with him and went straight to the point. He said, you are now the one who wants to borrow and make use of my power. But one needs a little bargaining chip before a treaty of alliance can be established. We share weal and woe. Shun Zichuan said. Your Yarrow clan is about to be kicked out of the game soon. Doesn't that make you anxious, second young master? I can't use Yarrow Wenyu. Xiao Qie said, you don't understand. The reason why the Yarrow clan is on friendly terms with me is really not to vie for power. It's purely because Yarrow Wenyu is. Well, if you get to meet him, you'll understand. The reason he didn't enter the ranks of officials is not because Hai Liangyi couldn't bear to let him, but because he himself was unwilling. The members of the Yarrow clan all used to be some important ministers in the past. It was only until his father's time that they started to fall into decline. But the remaining prestige of his grandfather is still present. They are a major clan highly respected among the literati, and their reputation among the civil officials is by no means something people like Hua Xiqian could ever compare to. It's not difficult if he wants to make a comeback, but he's willing to be free and unrestrained like a wild crane rising above the drifting clouds. If Shi Hongxian can really kick the Yarrow clan out, then he will be all the more carefree and unfettered by worldly concerns. Seeing as the Yarrow clan is already linked to the Fei clan through a marriage alliance, then he is Commandery Princess Jiaoyue's elder cousin brother? Shun Zichuan asked suddenly. That's right, Xiao Qie picked up his chopsticks and confirmed. Jiao Yu most likely wants to marry him, but Marquis Helion is so cowardly that he dances to the Empress Dowager's tune. Then perhaps both of you can become relatives. The marriage fell through, didn't it? Xiao Qie said, you sabotaged my marriage and cost me a beauty. Shouldn't you compensate me? Shun Zichuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Xiao Qie rinsed his chopsticks in the cold tea and lifted his eyes to look at him. He asked, do you know that there is only a 2-word difference between sharing a boat on the same river and sharing a pillow on the same bed? If you ask me, there's no harm in mixing up these sayings, or even these actions, in the future. The heat in the room smothered Shun Zichuan and made him slightly dizzy. Without replying, he turned to open the window. Xiao Qie did not touch any of the dishes. Instead, he said, I brought you here, let you eat my dishes, drink my wine, and you aren't even the least suspicious. Shun Zichuan looked at Xiao Qie. The caress of the cool wind finally made him feel a little parched and hot. Thin sweat materialized. His fair neck lay within that tightly fastened collar of his, and the red plums leaning down from the window complemented his black hair, making him look all the more indescribably ravishing. Salt like snow drifted outside the window, and some fell along the window onto the back of Shun Zichuan's hand, where they quickly melted into a splotch of water. This bit of coolness made the heat in his body even more distinct. In his trance, Shun Zichuan really had some other thoughts. He wanted to undo his clasps. "This clause is not part of the alliance treaty," Shun Zichuan said, "and I've no shortage of people to warm my bed of late." Xiao Qiye put up his long legs and said, "Right now, you don't look like the kind of person who has no shortage of people to warm your bed. Work and personal affairs are separate matters. Now that we're done talking about work, we can slowly straighten out our personal affairs. Was the one from Ohua Pavilion last time given to you by Shi Hongxian? I heard he only likes ladies. Since when has he changed his taste too? Homosexual relationships between men are no longer uncommon." Shun Zichuan replied, "I don't know if his taste has changed." "Why? Has the second young master's taste changed?" "I don't have a fixed taste." Xiao Qiye picked up the hair hanging down before Shun Zichuan's knees. "It always depends on my mood." Shun Zichuan lifted a finger to pull back his hair that was already matted with sweat. He said, "Some people make themselves out to be romantic and charming. They look like they can conduct themselves in an orderly manner when, in fact, they only know how to gorge themselves ravenously. They must have been out of practice." Xiao Qiye pushed aside the small table and grasped the wrist Shun Zichuan was about to pull back. He said, "And some people look so pitiful when they are drenched in sweat." The heat in Shun Zichuan persisted, and the spot that Xiao Qiye was holding onto scalded him intensely. Propping himself up with an arm on his knee, Shun Zichuan demanded, "What drug did you add? Make a guess." Xiao Qiye tugged Shun Zichuan on the wrist. Changing the topic, he said, "Ji Gang isn't up to teaching you such stuff, so who is your shifu, or should I say, teacher?" The corners of Shun Zichuan's eyes reddened as he replied softly, "I'm not telling you." Xiao Qiye took a light sniff from a short distance away and suddenly said, "You smell so good." Shun Zichuan's breathing quickened as he countered, "Have you reached the stage where you'd use your beauty to ensnare a man? 6. I'm far from being a beauty." "Why? Just a little chat, and you're getting impatient." Sweat soaked through Shun Zichuan's inner garment. His heat, tempted by this ambiguous atmosphere that had taken shape for no rhyme or reason, turned even more sticky and damp. He wanted to wipe his sweat. Frowning, he asked, "What exactly did you add?" Xiao Qiye laughed aloud and said flirtatiously, "Just fooling around with you. It's just medicinal wine." Shun Zichuan found his gaze extremely dangerous. He could not help but close his eyes and force himself to stay calm. He said, "Xiao." Xiao Qiye raised his cup and downed the cold wine. At Shun Zichuan's words, he suddenly bent his head down and covered his lips. Shun Zichuan was pushed back towards the window, and the plum blossom branch shook on contact. He leaned back slightly, feeling like his waist was going to break under the tight hold. Some snow fell on Xiao Qiye's nape, but he ignored it. Half of his body was almost pressing down on Shun Zichuan. His fingers pushed their way through the gaps between Shun Zichuan's fingers, forcibly interlocking them together. Ever since that glance at the Feast of 100 Officials, Xiao Qiye had already wanted to kiss him. He wanted to even more so during their night talk today. He had already been enduring and restraining himself for an entire night. Xiao Qiye saw how ruthless and merciless he was, and how he could retreat and advance as he pleased. He could not get a feel of him among the myriad sensations, and so he only wanted to pin him down and kiss him until he was flushed all over with desire brimming in his eyes. Shun Zichuan's chest heaved. The wind had blown through his entire body of sweat, chilling him so much that he shuddered. His teeth could not stop the wine that Xiao Qiye was feeding him. As it slid to his throat, he started to choke. But Xiao Qiye was biting the tip of his tongue, preventing him from coughing it out. So all he could do was to endure it until his eyes watered. Even if the sky were to fall right at this moment, Xiao Qiye would not release him. A sudden thud rang out above, and someone tumbled down immediately after. Ding Dao plunged headlong into the pile of snow, then abruptly popped out his head. It was so freezing cold that he rubbed his arms hard. About to give someone a piece of his mind, he raised his head and came face to face with the window. He could not help but gape in shock, frightened out of his soul. Shun Zichuan instantly kicked Xiao Qiye away and held on to the window, coughing. The back of his ears were all flushed, and his mouth was saturated with the fragrance of wine. Xiao Qie's breathing was a little urgent as he looked darkly out of the window. Ding Dao's teeth chattered as they fought against each other. Trembling, he stretched out his forefinger slowly to point up and whispered, So sorry, young master." Above them, Qiao Tianya and Jiyu Jin held their breaths and looked on with rapt attention as they wisely pretended not to be there. Without waiting for Xiao Qie to say a word, Ding Dao sprang up and fled. He climbed the tree with swift movements, then made his way back to the roof with a swoosh. Chapter 51, Commander-in-Chief. Chapter 51, Commander-in-Chief. In the darkness, Xiao Qie used his thumb to wipe the corner of his mouth, where there was still residual wine. He said, "One kick for one kiss. Neither of us loses out." Shun Zichuan turned back to look at him. Xiao Qie smiled at him. "Each is a horse of a different color, let's not confuse them. Aren't you still going to trample on me in public in the future? Go ahead and step on me, Lanju. I'll pay each debt back in full plus interest." Shun Zichuan used his tongue to wet the spot he had been bitten and told him, "You won't have this kind of opportunity every single time." Xiao Qie took a step closer, completely shrouding him under his own shadow. He replied, "And you won't be able to run away every single time." Having said that, Xiao Qie extended his hand to pluck the red plum beside Shun Zichuan. He rubbed the petals into mush and sent that redness into his mouth. Under his gaze, Shun Zichuan had the illusion that he himself was that red plum. In his evaluation of Xiao Qie, he quietly added having the determination to win in addition to having a keen sense of smell. Shun Zichuan once thought that desire would overcome Xiao Qie and make him retreat from the setback. But Xiao Qie's behavior was beyond Shun Zichuan's expectation. That arrogant character of his meant that he only knew how to march forward bravely. Any retreat or concession was only in preparation for the next time he made a better planned attack. He was an overwhelmingly dangerous threat. "Light the lamps." Xiao Qie turned his head to shout out. After a short moment, the maidservants pushed the door open and entered. They moved out a small screen, cleared away the leftovers, spread a mat over the rug, and swapped to a big, square tea table with girdled waist and horse hooves legs. Chen Yang changed his shoes and entered. He placed the Imperial Army's military affairs and name register of personnel on the tea table, then took over the teapot from the maidservant's hands and kneeled at the side to steep tea for both men. With someone else present, both men resumed the roles of upright gentlemen when they took their seats again. Shun Zichuan had partially sobered up. Bathing in the wind had helped him break free of his earlier hot flushes and tipsiness. Only the scarlet on his face remained, further accentuated by the dim light of the lamp that enveloped him. Even Chen Yang did not dare to look straight up at him, for fear that his gaze would be an affront to both Shun Zichuan and Xiao Qie, making them displeased. Chen Yang brewed the tea and thought, "No wonder Tantai who is worried. Shun Lanju is clearly born with the looks of one capable of bringing ruin to the nation and misfortune upon the commoners. What's more, he has such a temperament. Anyone who is on familiar terms with master, even a little, should be afraid." What was Xiao Qie most fond of? Taming horses and tormenting eagles. During the tormenting process, Xiao Qie would not sleep when the eagle wasn't sleeping. The harder it was to tame, the more attention he would pay it. The harder it was to domesticate, the more he would favor it. Back then, while they were fighting the Biancha cavalry, Xiao Qie could lay in wait for so long simply because he adored the process of domestication and torture. He inherited from Xiao Fengshu the desire to conquer and subjugate, far surpassing that of the common man. This was the most different trait between him and Xiao Jiming. Chen Yang presented the tea to both of them, made a slight bow, and said, "If master has any instructions, please call for me." Then he rose and retreated to change back into his boots and stand guard outside the door. Jiyu Jin hung his head down from the rooftop, tossed a wine bag to Chen Yang, and cast him an inquiring gaze to ask about the inside situation. Chen Yang slowly exhaled and said, "It's all fine. Master has a measure of propriety." Ding Dao was still hugging his head and murmuring, "Am I going to die, hard to say." Qiao Tianya nudged against the snow to pull out his pipe and laughed out loud. "On this day next year, Gidge will remember to burn paper offerings for you." Ding Dao's tears were about to fall. Grabbing his hair, he glared at them in anger and complained, "It's all you two's fault. If you didn't fight, I wouldn't have tried to break up the fight. If I didn't intervene, then I wouldn't have tumbled off. If I didn't fall, then I wouldn't die. I hate you both." Xiao Tianya concentrated wholeheartedly on starting a fire with the flint, while Ji Yujin folded his arm and dozed off. Ding Dao hated them so much that he fished out his book and jotted at high speed to vent all his fury within, cussing them both as the world's greatest bastards. Once done, he wiped the tears at the corners of his eyes, then turned around to continue venting his thoughts as they gushed forth like spring water. Having had a change of tea, the men in the room continued their discussion. Xiao Qie said, returning to the topic, "You said that there is someone hiding in Kudu who is able to manipulate the 8 great clans. I thought about it and found it highly unlikely. That medicinal wine burned up Shen Zichuan's throat so much that it was billowing smoke. He drank several cups of tea before saying, 'You think it is not possible because it is too difficult to do such a thing effectively.' Xiao Qie said, 'That's right. Let's leave the others aside for now. Even the Empress Dowager herself would not deign to listen to the directions of another. What if she wasn't aware of it herself?' Shen Zichuan asked, 'Sometimes, you don't need to command others in order to manipulate the situation. With just one finger, you can nudge the powers into action and change a lot of things from there. You have to prove the existence of this person first.' Xiao Qie looked at him and said, 'You look like you're feeling quite warm.' Shen Zichuan lifted his fingers to undo his clasp. That clasp gently broke free of its fastener to gradually reveal his smooth neck between his fingers before coming to a stop at the top of his collarbone. Tiny beads of sweat slid along the contour of his neck into that depression, wetting his fingertips. Although Shi Hongxian is a chess piece in the open, he's very important. Shi Hongxian is needed to confirm whether this person exists or not, so you can't take him off the game this time." Shen Zichuan paused for a moment. "You can't take him down, anyway. He never once showed himself during this assassination case. Fu Ling's confession can only prove that she was coerced. And the most likely suspect is now you. It was your idea to frame it on me." Xiao Qie looked at that disappearing bead of sweat. "You are now an official in the Son of Heaven's inner ministerial circle, one deeply favored by the Emperor. If this incident can remove you from position and put you off duty, Shi Hongxian will not pass up the chance. He will definitely try to seize an opportunity to seek the 8 Great Training Division's authority of office. It's only by luring them out of their lairs that we can get a clearer look at whom to attack. Besides, His Majesty trusts you. Even if he demotes you, he will not immediately and easily put his trust in others. After a period of time, he will see the blazing rise of the 8 great clans' power and arrogance, and he will realize that he had been played for a fool. He will instead harbor guilt towards the innocent ones who have been implicated, and then he will try ways to make it up to you." Shen Zichuan's Adam's apple bobbed as he drank the tea. He said, "My guess is that you had already thought of a countermeasure before you came to me." "Sure, let's play." Xiao Qie poured tea for him. "I'll merely be beating you at your own game and letting you guys trample on me. This is much wiser than fighting back at this point." Shen Zichuan said, "The more anxious you are at this time to clear your name and involvement in this matter, the more suspicious His Majesty will be." "I know His Majesty," Xiao Qie said. "He is a credulous man and easily susceptible to persuasion. He cannot stand being instigated, but he cannot stand being humiliated either. I'm his buddy, and the first person he promoted to his side after he ascended to the throne. I'm kind of a symbol for the way he faces his court officials. Trapped both on the inside and the outside, I've become livestock in his hands, one that he penned in and raised. To him, I've no one to rely on, and it's only with his backing that I can secure this position of mine. If someone were to scheme against me, thereby kicking me down, then he will definitely have the feeling of sharing the same fate, just like how teeth feel cold when the lips are gone. For the Hua faction is his sore point and the source of his anxiety. The reason he feels reassured in getting Hai Liangyi to make decisions regarding government affairs is because he knows that Hai Liangyi will not form cliques or join political factions. We mustn't let such a golden opportunity slip." Shen Zichuan held his teacup and considered it for a moment before saying, "This time, We must make Shi Hongxian take action. I have to remind you of one thing. Xiao Qie propped up his elbow on the table and beckoned to Shun Zichuan. Shun Zichuan put down his teacup and leaned over. Xiao Qie whispered, "If you can't hold your liquor, then don't go drinking with others." Not every bastard has second young master's level of willpower to remain unswayed by distracting thoughts 5 and remain an honorable, well-behaved gentleman before you. Shun Zichuan looked askance at him and emphasized his words, "But this honorable gentleman has harbored quite the thoughts too, hasn't he?" Xiao Qie gazed at him and said, "Once we step out of this door tomorrow morning, you and I will be mortal enemies. Since enemies know best how to hold each other in high regard, then isn't it only fitting for me to think of you?" Shun Zichuan said, "I don't think of you." Xiao Qie said, "Every plan you make these days can't escape me. I'm afraid it's not that you don't think of me, but that you think of me day and night. How did that kick from the feast of 100 officials not get to you?" Shun Zichuan raised his hand to block Xiao Qie's breath on him and said, "It could have sobered up the second young master." The tip of Xiao Qie's nose was pressing against Shun Zichuan's palm. He stared at Shun Zichuan and said wickedly, "How callous, Lanju. You tease me in all ways possible before bedding me. And now that you've bedded me, you set up defenses in every way possible to guard against me. You heartless cad, fickle man." His gaze made Shun Zichuan slightly averted his eyes. Shun Zichuan said, "Xiao, you sure are drunk tonight, aren't you?" Xiao Qie suddenly retreated and said, "During the court session tomorrow morning, someone will surely raise questions and apportion blame. Kong Chiu will present Fu Ling's previous confession statement as it is. When the time comes, the Chief Surveillance Bureau will have to hold me accountable for my negligence in supervision." With his palm now empty, Shun Zichuan said, "Even if you wish to take a step back, you can't make it too obvious. Once I'm caught in a vicious siege of verbal and written condemnation, it'll be up to His Majesty to decide on my punishment." Xiao Qie said, "At best, your salary will be halted for a few months. At worst, your tablet will be suspended and you will have to reflect on your mistake. The hereditary prince is still in Kudu. Everyone still has to give him face, so they won't overdo their criticism of you. Dage's time in Kudu is very short." Xiao Qie stopped. "Once I'm punished, there'll be no one else to stop the marriage between Hua Xiangyi and Qi Shiyu. It'll take time for the union between Qi and Hua to happen." Shun Zichuan thought for a moment. "The current commander-in-chief of Chidong 5 Commandery military troops is Qi Zhuyin. Perhaps we can start with her." Xiao Qie thought of something and said, "I have an idea." Shun Zichuan asked, "What?" "The Ministry of Rights has passed marriage records of the Hua clan. I'll get someone to polish it up a little, then give this transcribed copy to Qi Zhuyin. She will not accept Hua Xiangyi easily. It's not taboo for distant relatives to marry in Dazhou, even marriage between cousins is fine." Shun Zichuan said, "Or is Commander-in-Chief Qi bothered by it?" "She is." Xiao Qie explained. "As we all know, Qi Shiyu is a lecher, and he has taken many beautiful women all over Chidong 5 Commandery into his residence as his women. One of them is his niece. A few years back, this madam gave birth to a baby, who was born with a defect and was abnormally sick and weak. The baby lasted for only a few days before it was buried. From then on, each time Qi Shiyu takes in a concubine, Qi Zhuyin would be particularly wary of breaking this taboo. As long as there were some blood relations between them, even if she was a distant relative, Qi Zhuyin would not allow the woman to marry into the family. But Hua Xiangyi's marriage to Qi Shiyu was specifically dictated by the Empress Dowager herself." Shun Zichuan said, "I doubt the Commander-in-Chief can stop it even if she wants to. Since there's already no way she can stop it, then she can only take a step back to make a concession and let Hua III marry." Xiao Qie's eyes were cold. "But she can't let her give birth to a child. Hua Xiangyi is marrying Qi Shiyu as his second wife, which means she will be the legitimate and rightful madam of Chidong. The child she gives birth to will be a child of lawful birth 6, who can claim to be of the same direct line of descent as Qi Zhuyin. Qi Zhuyin is a woman. It's indeed not easy for her to subdue and bring Chidong 5 Commandery military forces under her control for all these years. She is a great general who has truly shed blood. But who can guarantee that no one will have something else in mind? If Hua Xiangyi were to give birth to a son, Qi Zhuyin would have no choice but to be caught up in an internal struggle for military power. She is in need of a reason to suppress Hua Xiangyi. I heard that there are male sons in the Qi clan. But Qi Shiyu was hell-bent on having his own way to give to Qi Zhuyin the commander-in-chief position of the military forces. Shun Zechuan said, "Wasn't this out of an appreciation for talents?" "That's right." Xiao Qie said, "Qi Zhuyin was born by his first legitimate wife, and she is also a talented field commander he personally taught. When he still had no sons, he treated and raised Qi Zhuyin as one. He came to have sons later on, but none of them could be compared to her. At that time, Chidong was still at war with Bianxia. Qi Shiyu was seriously injured and was unable to lead the troops. They were trapped at the east side of Bianxia-linked camps, and none of the Qi clan sons dared to step up to take up the mantle. It was Qi Zhuyin who carried a blade on her back and rode a horse through the night to go canvassing for reinforcements from the Kaijun Commandery, Bianjuan Commandery, and Suotian Pass garrison troops and got them to follow her into battle. Then, with the help of the wind, she set fire to the Bianxia-linked camps and burned them all down. This was the battle that made her famous. She's now called Wind Guiding the Scorching Plains precisely because of how she led the soldiers that battle to draw their swords while braving the fire to carry out Qi Shiyu on her back. Qi Shiyu was originally hesitant and undecided. But after that time, he immediately handed over the commander seal and gave the 5 commandery military troops all to Qi Zhuyin. The conferment of the commander-in-chief title requires the approval of Kudu. Shun Zechuan said, "It's not an easy feat to achieve." Xiao Qie smiled. He touched the thumb ring on his thumb and said, "You would have never imagined that Emperor Guangqing was not the one who conferred the title on her." Shun Zechuan tilted his head slightly. Back then, when news of it spread back to Kudu, the various parties all denounced it. Because Qi Zhuyin is a woman, the Ministry of War questioned whether her military exploits were fabricated. Thus, they submitted a petition to the Grand Secretariat requesting them to dispatch the Chief Surveillance Bureau censor and imperial bodyguards to Chidong to carry out a thorough investigation. Seeing how worked up the crowd was, Emperor Guangqing delayed Chidong's request and did not approve it. Her meritorious military service was later verified, and the Ministry of Rights submitted a memorial allowing her conferment. However, she was not allowed up Yulong Terrace 7, which is used by military officers and generals, to receive her conferment. She could only kneel and kowtow before the stairs of Mingli Hall. Xiao Qie paused for a long time. It was the Empress Dowager who stood her ground against the objections and obstacles and allowed her to step onto Yulong Terrace so that she could be conferred, in an open and above-board manner, the title Commander-in-Chief of Chidong's military forces. Chapter 52, Denouncement. Chapter 52, Denouncement. White snow fell in a flurry. The night was coming to an end. Shun Zechuan could not stay any longer. Just as he was leaving, Xiao Qie rose to his feet, took down the overcoat from the rack, and handed it to him. "This blade of yours looks unfamiliar." Xiao Qie bent over to pick up Yongshan Shui. It felt light and handy in his hands. "New." Shun Zechuan nodded and faced the door as he put on the overcoat. Xiao Qie pressed the sword slightly out of its sheath with his thumb to reveal a cold glint. He said, "Excellent blade. What's its name?" Shun Zechuan answered, Yongshan Shui. A lift of its head, and 3 mountains worth of snow it spouts, a spread of its mouth, and 100 rivers it devours. One Xiao Qie returned the blade to its sheath and took a step forward and stuck to Shun Zechuan from behind. With practiced fingers, he put back Yongshan Shui to the side of Shun Zechuan's waist. He lowered his head slightly and said, "It's not only pretty, even the name is pretty." Shun Zechuan abruptly looked back, but Xiao Qie beat him to it and grasped him by the waist to take him into his arms. "How are you going to look at me after leaving here today? However, I ought to be looking at you." Shun Zechuan hurriedly turned his head back. It looked as if he was intimately rubbing their faces together. "If you can't handle it, you can always ask your second young master for help." Xiao Qie's fingers roughly obtained a measurement as he smiled and said, "The second young master can barely fend for himself." Shun Zechuan said, "Seems more likely for you to ask me for help." Xiao Qie released him and said, "You are much thinner than the last time." If my guess is right, you are still taking medicine that can conceal your figure. Shun Zechuan fastened his overcoat and said nothing. Let me offer you a word of advice, Xiao Qie said. That medicine hurts the body the more you take it. In a few years, it'll be your own body that will be wrecked. Shun Zechuan sighed softly as he stopped by the door. Your Shifu has sharp eyes. He met me only once, and he could tell just by looking. Xiao Qie said, you're willing to go to such an extent just for these matters? My life and death hang in the balance at the mere whim of another, so naturally, I'd have to exercise caution in everything I do and pay due diligence everywhere I go. Shun Zechuan's hands were ice cold. He said, I've practiced the Ji clan boxing style for a long time. I wouldn't be able to deceive Ji Lei unless I resort to this. Xiao Qie said, Ji Lei is already dead. Shun Zechuan still smelled a little of wine. He said, I've stopped taking the medicine. After Shun Zechuan had left, Xiao Qie stood in the blizzard as he recalled Zhuo Qianqiu's words. This medicine comes from the east. Once taken, a person can fake illness to pull the wool over the eyes of others. It's not a problem if it's taken once or twice, but it could cause serious consequences if consumed for a long time. The damage is negligible if the toxin remains in the body for a short while, but it'll eventually act up in the future. Act up? Zhuo Qianqiu fixed his gaze on the teacup in his hand and said, toxin accumulates to become a malady that harms. If he doesn't take good care of it, he might be rendered invalid when the time comes. Xiao Qie raised his hand and let the windstorm blow away the lingering warmth on his palm. He reminisced back to that night when he thought he had almost melted Shun Zechuan with his caresses, but it seemed that the warmth he gave Shun Zechuan was merely fleeting. A beauty always gives off the illusion of fragility. With a bamboo hat on his head, Qiao Tianya drove the horse carriage and rushed towards Shun Zechuan's old house on Donglong Street. Shun Zechuan leaned against the interior wall of the carriage and closed his eyes to take a nap. Upon reaching the entrance, Qiao Tianya commanded the horses to stop and lifted the curtain open for Shun Zechuan. Shun Zechuan bent over to get off the carriage and returned to his room to take a bath and have a change of clothes. According to the memorial, Shun Zechuan had enjoyed a meteoric rise this time to become a fifth-grade judge of the Imperial Bodyguards in just one leap. But this position was split into two, the south and north. The southern judge was in charge of the affairs of the Imperial Bodyguards' military craftsmen, while the northern judge was in charge of the Imperial Bodyguards' imperial prison. Li Jianheng put him in an important position with the intent to use him. But the civil officials of the Grand Secretariat all had their own misgivings and considerations. Because of Shun Zechuan's background, they were not willing to let him take charge of the imperial prison. Therefore, after everyone deliberated over it, they rejected Shun Zechuan's appointment as the northern judge and had it changed to the southern judge. For this reason, the Grand Secretariat raised Shun Zechuan's military appointment to one of a fifth-grade Imperial Bodyguards battalion commander. This was already a great honor, especially when coupled with the additional embroidered Python Robe 2 and Phoenix Tail Belt 3 that Li Jianheng had bestowed upon him. Shun Zechuan had long anticipated the Grand Secretariat's rebuttal. This time, he had made his way up by using Han Cheng as a stepping stone. As per their agreement, Xue Xiuzhua let him have his promotion, yet he gave him a kick at the most crucial part. This was to make him understand that even if he had the merit that came with going to the Emperor's rescue, he was still far from being able to cross swords with them. When Shun Zechuan emerged all neatly dressed, Qiao Tianya was holding up an umbrella. The latter said, with Master's promotion, this house is already considered simple and shabby. It would not be able to accommodate all the coming and going visitors in the future. There's no hurry. Shun Zechuan lifted his robe to get on the carriage. As he dropped the curtain, he said, it's still not too late to change it after I'm promoted to Commander-in-Chief. With that, the curtain drooped, and he continued to rest. The weather was bad today. The officials waiting outside the palace all had snow on their shoulders. They could not walk around as they please, nor could they move at will. They could not make a racket either, or even cough. Shun Zechuan followed Han Cheng to stand at attention while bearing his blade. His skin was like icy snow set against the contrast of his crimson python robe. He was shockingly gorgeous whenever there was a smile in the corners of his eyes. Yet, amidst that affability, He gave off an air of malice that spoke of danger. Xiao Qie was donning a red robe too. The second-grade lion on his body made him stand out even more from the crowd, like a crane among a flock of fowls. He looked to be in low spirits and merely glanced askance at Shen Zichuan. Both men were standing apart from one another, yet they gave others the sense that they were facing off each other in a confrontation. Even Hai Liangyi turned his head aside to take a few looks. The civil officials made eye contact with one another, each coming to a mutual, tacit understanding. A little while later, Han Cheng said in a hushed tone, "Let's go." When those palace doors opened, the eunuchs from the Directorate of Ceremonial and major ministers of the Grand Secretariat would be the first to enter. But now that the Directorate of Ceremonial had been vacated, only the important ministers of the Grand Secretariat with Hai Liangyi at the head went on ahead. Han Cheng followed behind them, leading Shen Zichuan up the stairs to take up position at the lower left side of the dragon throne. Li Jianheng sat on the dragon throne with both hands on his knees and said, "It has been 2 nights since the assassination case. Has there been any new progress from the Ministry of Justice?" The Minister of Justice, Kong Qiu, stepped out and said after paying his obeisances, "To reply, Your Majesty, the evidence against Fuling, the female official of the Imperial Food Service, in instigating Gui Sheng to carry out the assassination is conclusive. This subject will hand her over to the Court of Judicial Review for a retrial today." For some reason, Li Jianheng cast a glance at Xiao Qie and turned back to continue asking, "Have you gotten to the bottom of why she did this?" Kong Qiu said, "Our checks show that Fuling once broke the imperial plate of the Court of Imperial Entertainments in the palace. Consequently, this left a record in her file, and, to work it off, the day she could leave the palace was put off to the indefinite future. She often told the others that her mother was already advanced in age, and she wanted to leave the palace to wait upon the latter, but owing to the palace rules, she was unable to do so. She repeatedly bribed the former brush-holding director of the Directorate of Ceremonial, but it was a wasted effort, and she was cheated out of her entire life savings. And so she lost it and began to harbor the intent to exact revenge. This subject has a memorial to present. The Vice Minister of the Court of Judicial Review, Wei Huixing, was the second son of lawful birth of the 8 great clans Wei clan. He was also the elder brother of imperial concubine Wei during Emperor Xianda's time. He stepped out and paid his obeisances. Li Jianheng said, "Your Excellency Wei, please speak." This subject has ascertained that the female official of the Imperial Food Service, Fuling, had a power sex transaction with Yuan Liu from the Imperial Army's Judicial Office. It was Yuan Liu who personally stepped forward to negotiate credit for the house where her mother lived. Without looking at anyone, Wei Huixing continued, "This case is presided over by the Ministry of Justice, and this matter concerns Your Majesty's safety. It cannot be said to be unimportant. Yet, Minister Kong mentioned only half of the confession before Your Majesty. Is there something that cannot be said, or someone who cannot be incriminated?" Kong Qiu turned his head to the side and said, "This matter is mentioned all in my memorial, so what deception is there to speak of? The morning court is an important venue for the discussion of governmental affairs. His Majesty asked if you have gotten to the bottom of it. Yet you were evasive before all the officials, focusing on what's favorable while skipping the damning statements." Wei Huixing raised his head. Officials, on entering service, should diligently and earnestly serve with utmost loyalty. 5. The Imperial Court Hall is by no means a place to condone corruption and abet corrupted officials. What are you afraid of? If you don't dare to voice it in the person's presence, then I'll say it. Your Majesty, this matter concerns not only the various 24 yamen in the Imperial Palace, but also the Imperial Army. Xiao Qie looked displeased, as if he were sneering. Li Jianheng had initially meant to keep it under wraps. But now, it would not do for him to continue fooling the others. After hesitating for a long time, he said, "Cian, what do you have to say to this?" Xiao Qie said, "The Imperial Army has 20,000 men on its payroll. This subject can check their household registers one at a time, but not all of their personal affairs one by one. This time, I'm at fault for being negligent in my supervision of my men. Your Majesty may punish me as you deem fit." Li Jianheng wanted to open his mouth to say a word. Wei Huixing kowtowed first and said, "Viceroy Xiao, Why aren't you telling the truth before His Majesty either? It's indeed true that it's not easy to probe into the personal affairs of the 20,000 men in the Imperial Army. But that Yuan Liu doesn't have a common relationship with you at all. So how can you feign ignorance too? Sun Zichuan looked over. There are too many people who have special relationships with me. Xiao Qie swept a glance at Sun Zichuan and smiled without a care. But with a beauty in my arms, I'd be blind to bed an old fellow. That Yuan Liu is old enough to be your father. Your Excellency Wei, never mind if you don't have any proof or evidence, but why go to this extent to bring such a false charge against me, Xiao Xian? Hai Liangyi gave a slight cough and said, "Please watch your language on the Imperial Court, Viceroy. His Majesty is fully aware of the kind of jerk I am. I have never needed to put on false pretenses here." Xiao Qie was a tyrant when he played the scoundrel. He did not even show any respect to Hai Liangyi. You want to investigate the Imperial Army, sure thing. To steer clear of suspicion, I'll hand over my waste token and let the various excellencies investigate. But if you want to pin that groundless, trumped-up charge on me, then sorry, I won't plead guilty. Such vulgar language. Acting all rebellious before His Majesty. The Xiao clan sure has produced a good son. Wei Huaixing took out a memorial from his sleeve. The Viceroy says I've no evidence or proof. But as an official of the Court of Judicial Review, how would I dare to say so if that's the case? Xiao Jiming, who had been listening without moving all this while, slightly raised his head to look at Wei Huaixing, wanting to see what evidence the latter could have. Wei Huaixing said, Yuan Liu was originally a squad commander of the Imperial Army. It was the Viceroy who personally promoted him to be a vice-judge. Not 2 years later, the Viceroy promoted him again into the position of a judge. I'd like to ask the Viceroy. These few years, the Imperial Army had no important duties. So on what grounds does he get to be promoted again and again? Xiao Qie sneered and said, he's already at that age. Although he has no merits to speak of, he has committed no grave errors. The Imperial Army has been mass recruiting rookies in recent years. Yuan Liu isn't the only old-timer I've promoted on account of old ties. Why doesn't Your Excellency Wei list them all out clearly and count them all among my personal affairs? Isn't the Viceroy's words the law in the Imperial Army in recent years? Wei Huaixing said unhurriedly. The one each of them pledged loyalty to is the Xiao clan, not His Majesty, isn't it? His words were laced with double layers of meaning in itself. It referred to Xiao Qie, but it also implicated Xiao Jiming. As expected, Xiao Qie flipped. He said, keep the discussion to the topic at hand. Stop fucking bringing in the Xiao clan at every mention. I, Xiao Xian, followed His Majesty to the position I am at now. I'm not like Your Excellency Wei, who is born with a silver spoon in his mouth and with his path to officialdom all smoothly paved out for him. It was only when Wei Huaixing saw Xiao Qie losing his temper that he opened the memorial and said, the Viceroy went drinking with others before the new year. During the feast, Yuan Liu gifted you a large sum of money. Does the Viceroy admit to this? Even Li Jianheng was stunned the moment this word was spoken. He clenched his fist and said nothing further. Xiao Qie said, I have never gone drinking with Yuan Liu before. The courtesans of Shangyun Villa on Donglong Street can attest to it. That night, Yuan Liu spent a large sum of money to entertain the Viceroy. The Viceroy got drunk during the feast, and Yuan Liu gifted you a basket of golden peaches. Wei Huaixing said, does the Viceroy still not admit it? Xiao Qie said, I'll just ask you. Yuan Liu is a minor 6th grade official. Where on earth would he get the golden peaches to gift? That's something we will have to ask the Viceroy. Wei Huaixing finally took out his killing move. He said, the same time Yuan Liu got the house on credit for fueling, he also got 3 street-facing houses on Donglong Street on credit. I have ascertained that he acted upon the Viceroy's written instructions at that time. In recent years, the Imperial Army first carried out repairs on its barracks, then expanded the military drill grounds on Mount Foam. Where did all the money for these come from? Wasn't it the Viceroy who used his position in the Imperial Army to obtain it illegally from the broker? Yuan Liu was the one who handled and completed this matter for you. And now that Yuan Liu has instigated Fuling to assassinate His Majesty, do you dare to say that it has nothing to do with you? Xiao Qie did not answer. Fu Linie, the right censor-in-chief Chief Surveillance Bureau, stepped out and said, "This subject also has a memorial to submit." For some reason, Li Jianheng's fingertips were trembling violently. He commanded, "Speak." Fu Linie said, "This subject wants to bring charges against the Viceroy of the Imperial Army today. According to the law, before the joint trial by the 3 judicial offices concludes, no irrelevant person is allowed to enter the torture prison to visit major criminals unless he has His Majesty's imperial edict. Yet, the Viceroy acted on his own initiative and went to the torture prison yesterday without an imperial edict and made no report of it afterward." Xiao Qie's expression grew more and more somber. The moment the Viceroy left the torture prison, Fuling's mother died. Fu Linie kowtowed. "As for what happened in between, I'd like to ask the Viceroy to give a clear account of it in His Majesty's presence." Xiao Qie said, "Both of you are really taking action at the same time, huh? Such coincidence. Don't dodge the topic, Viceroy." Wei Huixing said coldly, "I'd advise you to explain yourself at the earliest opportunity. He who wants to incriminate a man will always trump up a charge against him." As if surrounded in a trap, Xiao Qie fell silent for a moment, then said to Li Jianheng, "I've never done any of the stuff they said. I'll let His Majesty make the judgment tonight." Under such a tense, anxious atmosphere, Li Jianheng clenched his knees until they were soaked with sweat. He looked at Xiao Qie too, then suddenly asked, "How do you explain those written instructions?" Xiao Qie lowered his gaze and said with a spurious smile, "This subject has never written such a thing." Li Jianheng stood up in an instant. He took a few steps forward impatiently and demanded, "Let me see." Wei Huixing handed over the item. Li Jianheng flipped through it for a moment and suddenly began to tremble. His lips quivered. "Isn't this your handwriting?" Xian. Xiao Qie said resolutely, "This subject has never written such a thing." Li Jianheng was terrified. He set the document in his hands, then quickly threw it away like a hot potato. Nearly losing control, he asked, "Then, that Yuan Liu, is he your man or not?" Xiao Qie raised his eyes. Upon seeing this, Li Jianheng clutched onto the armrests. Fear began to rise within him. In this fleeting moment of dread, he recalled the coldness and indifference with which Xiao Qie had abandoned him in the past. An endless disgust also rose within him. As if he was swatting away something terrifying, he said with all of his might, "Strip him of his waist token first." Xiao Qie said, "This subject." Wei Huixing straightened up and bellowed, "If he dares to disobey, we can detain him right here according to the laws." Xiao Qie stared at Wei Huixing before he looked at Li Jianheng. He said in an aloof voice, "It is fine to detain me, Xiao Xian, but there must be an acceptable allegation." Li Jianheng felt that he had misplaced his trust. Caught in the crossfire taking place in the imperial court, he was already inclined to believe the others. And now, seeing the way Xiao Qie was acting caused his fury to momentarily get the better of him. He reprimanded in a stern voice, "Kneel. I will take away your waist token today without fail." Xiao Qie had yet to move. But Li Jianheng could no longer contain his rage and barked, "I command you to kneel." Chapter 53, Compound Search. Chapter 53, Compound Search. The imperial court was so solemn and quiet that one could even hear the drop of a pin. Xiao Qie's eyes gradually dimmed as he removed his own waist token. With his chest heaving violently, Li Jianheng announced, "The Imperial Army Viceroy, Xiao Qie, is suspended from duties and confined to his residence to await investigation. The internal and external patrols of Kudu shall now be taken over by the Imperial Bodyguards and the 8 Great Training Divisions." Shi Hongxian, who was among the crowd, looked stolidly through his wuxia hat at Xiao Jiming, who had never once uttered a word. Xiao Jiming remained stable and still on his feet, unperturbed by what was happening. "He sure is steady." Shi Hongxian cursed inwardly. As expected, this Xiao Jiming was a tough nut to deal with. To think he could still maintain his composure on seeing Xiao Qie in such a predicament. He was not in the least flustered. He did not even look like he had the intent to speak up. After morning court was dismissed, they gathered at Ohua Pavilion. After taking his golden token and changing into an elegant pale blue patterned robe with wide sleeves, Shen Zichuan let the courtesan lead him upstairs. Shi Hongxian was lying on the Shumi couch too, watching someone brew tea. On seeing him enter, Shi Hongxian laughed out loud and said, "Lanju, that was such a delight today. Ever since the hunting ground incident, Xiao II has been one-upping me in every matter. This payback feels so gratifying." Shen Zichuan took his seat and said, "Fu Linia was a good move. I never thought you could even take him under you. What do you think the Fu clan was in the past? They were cow dung collectors outside Chuancheng's city gates. If not for our old master's appreciation of talent and assistance in helping them to break free of their original registration, their Fu clan would still be herding cattle today." Shi Hongxian accepted the tea the maidservant presented to him and sampled a few mouthfuls before continuing, "But what a waste of the trap Elder Wei set. Xiao Jiming didn't take the bait. Suppressing Xiao is already a challenge." Shen Zichuan tasted the tea and said, "I'm afraid the loss will far outweigh the gain if you touch Xiao Jiming now. The best policy is to follow up on our victory and press home the attack. If we don't fight now, then when are we going to wait for?" Shi Hongxian raised his hand to dismiss the maidservant. He straightened up in his seat. "Even if we can only make Xiao Jiming suffer a small loss in Kudu, it'd still be a chink in their armor. I thought your intent was Kudu. I didn't think you would already be thinking of eyeing the outskirts for a fight even before your foundation is stable." Shen Zichuan said, "The 8 great training divisions have yet to get a firm grip on power. You'll most likely tumble and suffer a setback if you skip over Xiao now." Shi Hongxian set aside the teacup and asked, "Then, in your opinion, what else should we do? You said it earlier." Shen Zichuan smiled. "The best policy is to follow up on victory and press home the attack." Shi Hongxian pondered it for a moment and said, "Our move today has already caused Xiao II to lose the Emperor's confidence and trust in him. Even his waist token was removed, making it impermissible for him to move about before the start of spring. But he has been buddies with the Emperor for many years after all. It is impossible to take him down with just this incident alone. As long as Xiao is still the Imperial Army Viceroy, the authority over Kudu patrols will still fall back into his hands. Did you all go through so much trouble with me just to get temporary authority of the 8 great training divisions to play around with for a month or two, before returning it to him with your thanks?" Shen Zichuan said, "You dealt Xiao a blow this time. But once he bounces back after spring, how are you going to face his counterattack?" Shi Hongxian spread his folding fan open and fanned himself with it a few times before saying, "What else can we do? We definitely won't be able to knock him down now." "You can't. But you can wear him down." Shen Zichuan was not fond of drinking strong tea, so he did not touch it again after a taste. He said, "His Majesty is already suspicious of him, and his suspicion in the days to come will not be lower than this. This is the time for you to act. I have neither talent nor merit." Shi Hongxian smiled and said, "So how can I be compared to him? There's no need for you to be humble." Shen Zichuan tapped on the tabletop. "The tunes in this Ohua pavilion are unconventional and original. Even His Majesty, who is used to fooling around red light districts, would find it a breath of fresh air. Second young Master Shi, do you still feel that you can't be compared to Xiao when it comes to playing? Leaving aside Secretariat Elder for now, even if I play, there's no way for me to play my way up to Xiao II's position." Shi Hongxian said, "You must have a trick up your sleeve, don't you? After Xue Xiuzhua entered the Court of Judicial Review, all he has been handling one after another are major cases. But he is, after all, just one man. When it comes to talent and fame, he is also outdone by Yarrow Wenyu, who roams free and unfettered over the lands. If he wants to go further now to prepare for his entry into the Grand Secretariat in advance, then he needs someone to exalt him." Shen Zichuan drew a small circle on the tabletop with his fingertip. "You stood in the limelight before the students of the Imperial College the last time and left behind a good name. Isn't this just perfect for you to do him, Xue Xiuzhua, a favor? Lately, Secretariat Elder Hai has also been thinking of setting up an Imperial College. From here, Xue Xiuzhua would be able to choose his soldiers and generals. Expand manpower to make waves." Shi Hongxian turned it over in his mind and said, But Yanqing has his own men. Why must he go to the Imperial College? To deal with Xiao, there is a need to bury the hatchet with the other clans and join forces to strike a blow at the enemy. But the Yarrow clan isn't willing. Think about it. The position of the Yarrow clan in the hearts of the literati is like a boulder. Never mind if they aren't willing to work with you. The fear is that they will turn around and act in cahoots with Xiao. If that's the case, why not kick the Yarrow clan out as early as possible and leave the position to someone competent enough to be up to the task? Shi Hongxian unexpectedly laughed and said, "You were born in Zhongbua, so you don't understand the origins of the 8 great clans. Even if the Yarrow clan isn't willing to join in, we absolutely cannot kick them out. Because there's no way to kick them out at all. Think back to the heyday of the Yarrow clan and survey the imperial court. There was no place for the Shi clan." Shun Zichuan took out his handkerchief to wipe the water droplets. "I know about the noble clan's origin, but I'm asking you to hold down the Yarrow clan. The current situation can no longer allow for actions from another party. Second young master, he who hesitates is lost." Shi Hongxian did not dare to take the decision into his own hands. Thus he said, "We'll discuss this again. Let me think about it." Xiao Qie was in the midst of sharpening his blade. He wiped down Longli blade carefully, leaving not a stain of dust on it. Zhao Hui handed Lu Guangbai a cup of tea and asked, "Is the second young master wiping the blade over and over again to hack someone?" Lu Guangbai laughed as he drank his tea. The way he is today, venturing outdoors with his blade is going to be no piece of cake. "Jimming, did you get a clear look? I thought this lad was going to cry when he removed his token earlier. It was a rare sight." Xiao Jimming smiled too. To think there'd be a day where the brat can't vent his anger. "Who are you disparaging?" Xiao Qie folded his handkerchief rather unhappily. "We're praising you." Lu Guangbai sighed and said, as expected of someone who has stayed too long in Kudu. "What an act that was. Isn't that all I've learned here?" Xiao Qie sheathed his blade, then took his seat and propped up his legs. "Old Wei was trying so hard that I really had to think a little more highly of him. Never mind if it was someone else, but why are all my Gij happy to see me being pinned down and pummeled by others? That was truly a rare sight." Zhao Hui sighed with emotion. "I was even worried you'd feel sad." Lu Guangbai said, "Of all people to play with, you just had to play with the Son of Heaven. His Majesty ascended to the throne all of a sudden, and was attacked again and again. He isn't a bold man to begin with, so it's only to be expected for him to be afraid now." Xiao Qie said, "I just never expected Fu Linier to be cut from the same cloth as them. Fu Linier has some connections with the Shi clan. But he's still not that far gone to be the noble clan's lackey." Xiao Jimming said, "He's most likely thinking of seizing the opportunity to win His Majesty and Wei Huixing's favor by impeaching you. You pushed Wei Huixing pretty hard too, to make him take out his last trump card." Lu Guangbai said, "Now that he has taken it out, we can fight back. Wei Huixing has been around for so long, and yet he has never been able to enter the Grand Secretariat. This definitely has to do with this person's temperament." Xiao Qie thought for a moment. Although Hua Xiqian used him when he was still alive, he disdained him a lot. Now that Secretariat Elder Hai is fearful of the noble clans taking over the Grand Secretariat, he's also holding him back without letting him get promoted. He bears a grudge. If he wants to fight it out with Secretariat Elder Hai, then he has to join forces with Shi Hongxian and storm through the enemy ranks for them. He wants to cross this threshold that has been holding him back for more than 10 years. I only need to flinch back a little this time, and he would definitely keep up his pursuit and take out that last memorial. This is a matter of utmost importance. Even if the evidence was forged, he would still do a pretty realistic job of it." Xiao Jimming said, "He started from the Imperial Army's accounts, knowing that Hai Liangyi is so particularly nervous about the disbursement of military funds after the Hua faction incident that he would not tolerate anything objectionable when it comes to this matter. The Chief Surveillance Bureau will come to investigate you during these few days. They can't let Fu Linier investigate it alone. They will have to pick someone impartial from the Chief Surveillance Bureau or among officials with the authority to carry out audits to conduct the investigation together. Most likely, someone from the Imperial bodyguards will coordinate with Fu Linier to investigate." Zhao Hui paused. After all, this is an assassination case. Imperial bodyguards. Lu Guangbai looked towards Xiao Qie. We are not only without a helper in the Imperial bodyguards, they are even full of our adversaries. Yi, you're going to take a beating for real this time. Xiao Qie gave a somewhat wicked laugh and said, Imperial bodyguards, I'm on familiar terms with one. A few days later, the Chief Surveillance Bureau started their investigation of the Imperial Army's accounts. Before Fu Linier set off, he saw Shen Zichuan, who was coordinating with him to audit the accounts. Knowing that the other party was a favorite in the Emperor's employ recently, he did not dare to slight him and thus got someone to serve up excellent tea first. Shen Zichuan drank a few mouthfuls and said mildly, It's my first time on the job, so I'll have to trouble Your Excellency Fu to guide me this trip. Fu Linier regarded him as one of the noble clans, but he still had some fear of him in spite of the sense of closeness. Thus he merely said, I'm not worthy enough to guide, so I'll have to trouble Your Excellency the Judge to make this trip with me. The Imperial Army is as impenetrable as a metal bucket. I'm afraid there will be many accounts that are both authentic and doctored. When the time comes, I'd like to ask of Your Excellency the Judge to do a thorough search. As for who and where to search, Fu Linier spoke not a word about it. He did not want to throw in with the noble clans and offend Hai Liangyi, and he had no wish to throw in with Hai Liangyi and step on the noble clan's toes either. He was a fence-sitter who observed the direction of the wind and went whichever way the wind blew. But he knew that he had severely offended Xiao Qie this time. They were bound to make things hard for him when he went to check the accounts. Who didn't know how much of a jerk Xiao II was? Searching his residence would only be adding fuel to the fire. So he was unwilling to steal all the limelight this time round. He shoved Shen Zichuan out and let Shen Zichuan conduct the search, all to let Shen Zichuan be the foot soldier. Shen Zichuan readily accepted it. On seeing this, Fu Linier's fear of him receded. Instead, he saw him as a greenhorn. Everyone split up and went about their ways. Fu Linier headed for the Imperial Army's office compound, while Shen Zichuan went to the Prince of Libei's residence. He was still far from arrival when Ding Dao, who was sprawled on the rooftop, saw him. He sighed and said, How can he be like this? Ji Yujin asked, What do you mean by like this or like that? Ding Dao hemmed and hawed. So Ji Yujin said, You are referring to how he's on good terms with Second Young Master and yet still helps others investigate Second Young Master like this? Ding Dao interrupted. They aren't on your average good term, such are men. Ji Yujin twisted the wine bag open. You will understand when you grow up. Everyone is like this. Hugging together is a domestic affair done inside the house, but everything else that happens once you put on your clothes and step out of the door are public affairs that stay out there. You cannot talk about them in the same breath. Don't jot this down. Shen Zichuan came to the door, where Zhao Hui and Chen Yang greeted him. With Zhao Hui on military appointment, Shen Zichuan was instead the one who had to pay his obeisances to him. The hereditary prince's courtyard is in the north. Zhao Hui said to Shen Zichuan. It mostly houses Libei's military affairs. Shen Zichuan replied tactfully, The purpose of this humble servant's trip here today is to investigate the second young master. It has nothing to do with Libei. Understanding that he did not come here for the specific purpose of creating trouble, Zhao Hui nodded and signaled to Chen Yang with his eyes. Chen Yang stepped forth and said as he led the way, The second young master's courtyard is in the east. May I trouble Your Excellency the Judge and the various Imperial bodyguards' brothers to follow me? Shen Zichuan bowed to Zhao Hui and followed after Chen Yang. Xiao Qie's courtyard was large. Going by structure size, it surpassed the hereditary prince's courtyard, but Xiao Fengshu was already too lazy to change it back then, and the brothers themselves did not mind, so all along, it had been Xiao Qie who was staying here. After he took up office as the Imperial Army's viceroy, he hardly returned. Most of the time, he rested in that small residence near the Imperial Army office. When Shen Zichuan saw him, he was fishing by the pond with a woven raincoat draped over him. Your Excellency the Judge is so early. Xiao Qie held the pole. Have you taken your breakfast? I've eaten back at the Chief Surveillance Bureau. Shen Zichuan said, The Viceroy sure has such refined taste for leisure. I'm just an idler placed on suspension. How can I be compared with your excellency the judge? Xiao Qiye shook his pole. To search my courtyard, you must show me the search warrant first. All of us are old hands who often run assignments in kudu. Shun Zechuan said unhurriedly, it's pretty silly for the viceroy to obstruct me in a huff. Let me verify the document. Xiao Qiye stood up and tossed away the fishing pole. It doesn't please me to let you enter my courtyard without showing the warrant. On seeing the situation, the censor from the Chief Surveillance Bureau who was tagging along hurriedly stepped forth to mediate and pacify both sides. Easy there. Easy does it. Viceroy, please wait a moment. Your Excellency the judge, please don't take offense either. The imperial bodyguards know better than anyone else when it comes to playing it by the book. Xiao Qiye moved closer and rebuked him coldly. Have you still not learned of this after all this time since your release from Jiaozui Temple? Shun Zichuan looked at him and said, the tiger that ends up on the flatlands would be insulted by dogs. For whether a wild dog like me gives you the document today or not, you'd still have to welcome it all with a smile. Wiping his sweat, the censor squeezed his way between both men and cupped his hands repeatedly to plead with them. Let's just talk this over. It's all, that's quite the mouth you have there. Xiao Qiye pushed aside the censor. Don't tell me you'd still dare to come to blows with me. No blows. You mustn't fight. The censor craned his neck to shout. We have the search warrant. Please take a look, Viceroy. We have to search the compound too. Judge, please wait. Let's just talk this over. Easy there. Why y'all gots to get so anxious for? In his moment of anxiety, this censor had even lapsed back into his local accent. Chapter 54, Offensive. Chapter 54, Offensive. The accompanying censor was called Yu Xiaozai, a low-ranking investigating censor of the 7th grade. This position was the same as the chief supervising secretary of the various offices. It was a low-ranking post, but came with great authority. He had the power to inspect and supervise, so it was the most appropriate for him to step forth and mediate between both men. It was the dead of winter at the moment, but Yu Xiaozai was so anxious that he was sweating buckets. Even though he often ventured out on field works and inspection rounds to run assignments, he had never been put in such a difficult position before. He could not afford to offend both sides. This was just great. At his yells, both men who had been in a heated exchange were now looking at him. Yu Xiaozai earnestly did his best to persuade them. "'Tis early still. I'll give over the search warrant in a while to the viceroy to look over slowly. I have it with me." As he spoke, he took out the document from his bosom and handed it to Xiao Qiye. Xiao Qiye flipped through it briefly and looked towards Chen Yang, who immediately said, "This way, Your Excellency the judge." Yu Xiaozai clasped his hands again and continued in his accent, "'Tis how it should be done. Should always go by the book. All o' us are doing official business for His Majesty. Ain't no need for everyone to get all flustered. It's cold outside. Jiyu Jin, please invite this." Xiao Qiye hesitantly came to a pause. Yu Xiaozai cleared his throat tactfully and resumed his official speech. "This humble official's surname is Yu. I'm Yu Xiaozai. My humble courtesy name is Yu Jing. I thank the Viceroy in advance for your kindness, but I'll give the tea a miss. There's still official business to be done, so this humble official still has to follow after His Excellency the Judge." Xiao Qiye did not continue to make things difficult for him and gave a slight nod of his head. Jiyu Jin stepped forward and bowed in respect to Yu Xiaozai, then led him to the courtyard. Shun Zechuan ascended the stone steps. Xiao Qiye's study was already open. Attendants, with all their heads bowed, stood on both sides. Chen Yang said, "This is the Viceroy's study. Your Excellency, please go ahead." Shun Zechuan raised his hand, and Ji Qingqing turned to the side to nod to the imperial bodyguards behind him. Everyone then dispersed and began to look through the books on the open shelves. Chen Yang motioned to Ding Dao to keep watch here and continued to lead Shun Zechuan further. After turning around the veranda and passing through the gate, they arrived at Xiao Qiye's bedchamber. Chen Yang said, "This is the Viceroy's bedroom. There are many objects bestowed by the Emperor. Thus, I'd like to ask of His Excellency the Judge to examine them personally." After thanking him for the trouble, Shun Zechuan strode in. Xiao Qiye's room was large, but it was surprisingly simple and tidy. A table with horsehooves legs sat behind the screen, with a few military books set on top of it. There were no floral decorations or antique calligraphy and paintings, only a territory map of the Empire of Dazhou hanging horizontally on the wall. Shun Zichuan picked up the military book and opened it for a look. It was clean inside, as if no one had ever read it. After a while, the door closed. With his eyes never leaving the book, Shun Zichuan said, "Accompanying censor, you will be coming here once he has finished checking the study." Xiao Qiye undid his overcoat and said, "Just checking the study alone will keep him occupied until noon. Fu Linya sure is something. To dodge me, he shoved you here." Shun Zichuan gently flipped through the pages and said, "He just wants to complete the investigation quickly and close the case, all without offending anyone." Xiao Qiye turned his head sideways and looked at Shun Zichuan's silhouette through the screen. He asked, "Why are you hiding in there?" Shun Zichuan replied, "Checking the accounts." Xiao Qiye said, "The stuff you want to audit isn't there." Shun Zichuan closed the book, put it back on the tabletop, and said, "I wouldn't know until I'm done checking." Xiao Qiye raised a finger to tap on the screen. He said, "Why does it sound like you're checking something else? Treasonable texts, bribery ledgers, military correspondences." Shun Zichuan said to the screen, "I have to check for them all." "You missed something out, didn't you?" Xiao Qiye said. "Aren't you going to check for lewd poems and erotic arts?" "I'm here on official business," Shun Zichuan said softly. "Besides, it's broad daylight. I wouldn't dare to be impetuous." The screen was translucent, so both men's figures were faintly visible. Xiao Qiye's fingers slid along the shadow to the position where Shun Zichuan's neck was. Although there was no physical contact, it still ignited a heat in Shun Zichuan, as if he was being caressed. "Shi Hongxian has invited you for a drink," Xiao Qiye said with certainty. "Chem." Shun Zichuan's response was nonchalant. The pulps of Xiao Qiye's finger slid to Shun Zichuan's collar. He asked, "Was it good drinking with the courtesans?" Shun Zichuan replied unhurriedly, "Yes." Xiao Qiye asked, "Did you drink until you felt hot?" Shun Zichuan replied, "I did." Xiao Qiye was hot too. 3 of his fingers slid down, seemingly along Shun Zichuan's neck, to pry apart the front flaps of his clothes before slipping further down. Instead of retreating, Shun Zichuan advanced and let Xiao Qiye's fingers slid across his chest through the mist-like ink painting screen. "Do you wear earrings?" Xiao Qiye suddenly asked. "Nope." Shun Zichuan tilted his head slightly to expose his ear. "Do you want me to wear? Second young master will make a little jasper earring and gift it to you to play with," Xiao Qiye said. One. With his eyes closely following Shun Zichuan's hazy neck and ear, Xiao Qiye said, "Wear it on the right ear." Xiao Qiye was used to scoop him up with his right hand. He just had to lower his head slightly when he turned him over, and he would be able to take his earlobe into his mouth. Jasper set against satiny white. His dazed and satiated expression, as his sweat-drenched hair at his ears were brushed aside, would surely be a sight to behold. Shun Zichuan did not answer, but revealed a meaningful smile through the screen. Xiao Qiye could not see his eyes clearly, but he could see the corners of his lips. He was exuding that kind of subconscious invitation again. "Hug me. Touch me." Xiao Qiye closed his eyes, feeling that Shun Zichuan always left room for more every time. These kind of voiceless lines seemed to urge his surging waves of desire to crash over him even more violently. He swore that he was not originally a man who could be this easily aroused. His desires initially lay in the blue dome of heaven and the grassy wildernesses. The wine at Ohua Pavilion is delicious, as is the wine at Shongyun Villa. Shun Zichuan was unaware of the implications of his silence. "But you've been hanging out in Shongyun Villa for years. I supposed you didn't expect the courtesans of Shongyun Villa to throw themselves into someone else's arms too. There's always a difference between the new lover and the old flames." Xiao Qiye said, "It's only natural for them to be jealous now that I'm indulging myself in you. I didn't know that Shongyun Villa was under Shi Hongxuan's control either." Shun Zichuan said, "What are you to do now that they are unanimously claiming that you took bribes? Are you going to get these old flames to amend their testimonies by melting them with tenderness?" Xiao Qiye retracted his hand and said, The owner of Shangyun Villa is not Shi Hongxian. At least not while I was still hanging around there. Courtesan Shangyun of Shangyun Villa is resourceful. She has a reputation for being talented among the civil officials and even the students of the Imperial College. With that bit of learning Shi Hongxian has, he would never be able to bring her under his control. You mean? There are only two possibilities that can make Shangyun commit perjury. One is that she fell in love with some noble young master and was willing to stomp on me for the sake of the other party. The second is that she was coerced by someone and had no other choice but to submit fake testimony. Xiao Qie said, if it's the latter, we'll need to investigate it properly. Seems like your old flame still carries some weight in your heart. Shun Zichuan smiled and said. Xiao Qie said, Shangyun was the one who leaked news of the surveillance deployment in Kudu every time. Now that she has abruptly switched allegiances, I can't bear to see her suffer too. What a considerate man. Shun Zichuan said, the period after the new year is crucial. Whether or not you can turn the table around and make a comeback at the start of spring depends on how you take a beating now. So don't you lose your head and go around messing your plan up for the sake of a beauty. I'm idling away at home at present. I can't get out, so I'll have to ask you to help me investigate. Xiao Qie said, during your investigation, please pass a message to Shangyun while you are at it. Tell her that the second young master is still thinking of rekindling old flames with her. Shun Zichuan pushed away the screen gently and said, I'm busy with work these days. I'm afraid I don't have the time. Why not ask Ding Dao or Jiyu Jin to make a trip for you? Finally able to get a clear look at him, Xiao Qie said, why? Don't you just happen to be residing on Donglong Street? Shun Zichuan was about to answer when he suddenly heard the sounds of footsteps outside. Before he could move, Xiao Qie suddenly bent over and hoisted him over his shoulder. In a few steps, he leaped over the long table and brought Shun Zichuan into the inner chamber. Yu Xiaozai lifted the hem of his robe and ascended the stairs. He knocked on the door and called out, Your Excellency the Judge. His Excellency the Judge was pressed up so close against the wall behind the cloth racks that he could not answer. That civilian clothing was covering his body all over. Shun Zichuan backhandedly pressed his palm against Xiao Qie's chest and turned his neck to the side, wanting to reply, but Xiao Qie suddenly held him high. Shun Zichuan bumped into the clothes rack. Seeing that the clothes rack was about to tilt over to the ground, he immediately raised his leg to stop it in its track. Xiao Qie exploited the opening and lifted Shun Zichuan's other leg to his waist, thereby trapping the latter before him. He has the authority to present the memorial directly to the emperor for the emperor's viewing. Xiao Qie said slowly, if he were to see you and me together, there'll be no way we can ever explain our way out of this. Yu Xiaozai knocked on the door again and asked, Is Your Excellency the Judge here? Shun Zichuan grabbed hold of Xiao Qie's hand and said in a hushed tone, Taking advantage of someone in a predicament is not what a gentleman should do. Me? Taking advantage? With his hands cupping Shun Zichuan's buttocks, Xiao Qie pressed his nose in and smiled, That's right. I'm taking advantage of you while you are in a predicament. Shun Zichuan locked eyes with him, his chest heaving slightly. After quite a while of not getting a response, Yu Xiaozai pushed the door open. With the search warrant under his arm, Yu Xiaozai strode in and started to survey the room as he readied himself to search. Shun Zichuan slowly hooked his long leg back to return the clothes rack into place. His waist and buttocks had to move ever so slightly as he stretched out his leg. But now, they were being cupped in Xiao Qie's palms. It was only after he broke out in a thin layer of sweat that he steadied the clothes racks. Once the clothes rack was stabilized, Xiao Qie pressed in against his ear and whispered very softly, Actually, it won't topple over. Shun Zichuan looked at him out of the corners of his eyes and mouthed the words with a smile. You son of a bitch. Xiao Qie readily accepted it and said into his ear, So, wear an earring. Lanju. Yu Xiaozai mumbled something to himself. After looking through the antechamber, he headed for the inner chamber. Shun Zichuan wanted to move, but Xiao Qie persisted in pressing against him with the stance of one who would not step aside if he did not nod his head. Wear it. Xiao Qie's breaths moistened Shun Zichuan's ears. The heat was breathed so deep inside that Shun Zichuan's spine tingled with numbness. Xiao Qie murmured with a smile, Wear it for my eyes. Wear it for my eyes. What an arrogant and presumptuous request it was. Xiao Qiye no longer avoided his wolfish nature. He pushed and pressed this fervent yet urgent desire towards Shen Zichuan, making sure that Shen Zichuan felt this scalding heat. The intercourse both men had that night when they plunged into the abyss was one of desperation and despair, where their bloody chests and abdomens clung inseparably close together as their vulnerabilities lay exposed before the other party's eyes. Xiao Qiye did not intend to relive it all alone after daybreak. He wanted to grab hold of Shen Zichuan by the ankle and haul him back little by little to confine him in the sea of desires where there were only the two of them riding its waves. Yu Xiaozai had already walked to the side of the hanging curtain. Shen Zichuan held on tightly to the fabric on Xiao Qiye's chest and, in this moment of emergency, looked face to face at him in close quarters. Yu Xiaozai lifted the curtain again and saw no one in the inner chamber. The clothes rack in the corner was cluttered with everyday clothes. It was inconvenient for him to rummage through them, so he could only use his eyes to size up the place. Shen Zichuan, who was lying under the bed, had difficulty breathing. There was no room under the bed for two people to lay over one another at all. The weight of Xiao Qiye's chest as the latter pressed down on him forced him to open his mouth to breathe slowly. This strong and well-built body was truly too heavy. Xiao Qiye lowered his head to stare at him. Shen Zichuan immediately sensed it and said soundlessly, "No way." "Nope." "No." Xiao Qiye kissed him, robbing him of the chance to gasp for breath. Shen Zichuan tightened his grip on his back, gripping him so hard it hurt. But Xiao Qiye still lured him gradually into a state of suffocation. The sensation of being on the verge of fainting rendered Shen Zichuan incapable of warding off Xiao Qiye's offensive. It was like he was drowning in deep waters, and only Xiao Qiye was the driftwood that could save Shen Zichuan. Yet this driftwood was forcefully staking his claim on his territory like huge swells of raging waves battering away at him, wanting him to remember deeply his ruthlessness this very moment, along with the trepidation of being progressively invaded by him. Chapter 55, Account Ledgers. Chapter 55, Account Ledgers with impure intentions. Xiao Qiye raided and seized Shen Zichuan's lips and tongue, throwing Shen Zichuan's mind into chaos as he was kissed until he could not breathe for air. As the time ticked by, his tightly clenched fingers slowly lost their strength. Being unable to catch his breath caused Shen Zichuan to feel vaguely dizzy. In this murky grey narrowness, he fell prey to the net Xiao Qiye set as a trap. He seemed to sink deeper into the water in which he was drowning as the sensation of suffocation intensified. Xiao Qiye kept him in captivity in his arms, holding in his struggles, thereby making himself the one and only person Shen Zichuan could rely on at this very moment. Yu Xiaozai moved to the side of the bed again, his shoes shuffling right beside both men. The sound of hurried footsteps suddenly rang out outside. Chen Yang said, "So Your Excellency the censor is here. Please come with this humble servant. Your Excellency is needed to personally look through the documents found in the study." Thus, Yu Xiaozai followed him out with the document under his arm. He asked, "Where is His Excellency the judge?" Chen Yang did not dare to look around the room. He led Yu Xiaozai out and said as he shut the door, "His Excellency the judge was drinking tea at the duty office room earlier. He should be on the way here right now." Yu Xiaozai asked, "Didn't His Excellency come over way earlier?" Chen Yang replied, "It's so freezing cold. He will only feel refreshed and energized if he drinks a cup of tea to warm up." They moved farther away into the distance. Only then did Xiao Qiye leave Shen Zichuan's lips a little. Lying beneath him, Shen Zichuan recovered his breath. His almost blanked-out eyes were lowered. As he swallowed the saliva, his throat bobbed in tandem with the fall and rise of his chest. His lips had been kissed until they had gone bright red and moist. This bout of kiss near about ended him. Xiao Qiye was gasping for breath too. Shen Zichuan reached a hand out from under the bed. He made to get out and said, "You." This Xiao Qiye extended a hand to grab his outstretched wrist, pressed the tip of his nose against him, and kissed him once more. The last time, Shen Zichuan had said that Xiao Qiye was ravenously gorging himself. The latter obviously bore a grudge with him for this. This time, Xiao Qiye took his time savoring and devouring as he played around with the kiss, cutting off Shen Zichuan's voice that rang out intermittently and dissolving his words between their intermingling tongues before making him swallow them all back into his tummy. It was a little less than an hour later when Yu Xiaozai saw Shen Zichuan again. He stepped forth to pay his obeisances and turned pale with alarm. Deeply concerned, he asked, "Your Excellency, this got scalded." Shen Zichuan replied expressionlessly. The imperial bodyguards nearby were still flipping through that extensive library of books. Ji Qingqing came over and shook his head at Shen Zichuan. They were originally just here to go through the motions. Seeing that it was almost time, Shen Zichuan said to Yu Xiaozai, "The checks here are almost done, so why don't you and I head for the office compound first to report back to His Excellency Fu?" Yu Xiaozai concurred and surveyed the place again. He said, "To avoid suspicions, the Viceroy is still sitting outside. Before we leave, we have to notify him." Shen Zichuan silently pressed the tip of his tongue against the corner of his lips and nodded his head in response. Sure enough, when they went out, Xiao Qie was still sitting by the side of the pond fishing with the same woven raincoat draped over him. It was as if he had been sitting there all day and had gone nowhere else. "It's already late. Why don't both excellencies have your meal first before you leave?" Xiao Qie was holding up the fishing rod with his legs propped up. Who knew if he had even caught a fish yet? Yu Xiaozai declined the offer and excused himself. "Having imposed on your excellency for the entire day, I wouldn't dare to tarry any longer. Next time, I'll play host and treat both excellencies to a cup of wine." "Sure, if it's drinking." Xiao Qie shook his rod and lifted a small silver crucian carp out of the water. He laughed out loud, tossed the fish into the basket, then set aside the rod, and carried the basket over. Bending over slightly to emerge out of the grove, he tossed the basket to Yu Xiaozai and said, "I owe it to the consideration your excellency you has shown me today. These fishes are a small thank you gift from me." Some snowy fog fell upon them. Yu Xiaozai was still looking at the fish basket with his head lowered, thus, he was not paying any attention to the two men. Shen Zichuan looked at Xiao Qie, who casually rubbed his right ear with his thumb. Shen Zichuan promptly averted his eyes. Overwhelmed by the favor, Yu Xiaozai said in response, "Oh no, how can I, why?" Xiao Qie patted Yu Xiaozai and said, "Don't tell me the Chief Surveillance Bureau would even consider these few fishes a bribe." Yu Xiaozai said hurriedly, "It's not that, come over often in the future." Xiao Qie moved aside to make way. "Chen Yang, send them off." Being inexplicably thanked threw Yu Xiaozai off. He was still unsure what to make of it when he stepped out of the door. Shen Zichuan was about to get into the carriage when he suddenly touched his right earlobe, feeling as though this spot had been rubbed rotten by that jerk. It was so scalding hot that it made him feel vexed. Fu Linier was in the Imperial Army's office compound, sitting in anticipation with his legs raised. Meng Rui attended to him at the side. Seeing him drink cup after cup of tea without even shifting his butt, Meng Rui knew that he would not leave unless he pried something out of them. Meng Rui was fed up deep down, but he did not dare to let it show even the slightest. He continued to serve him premium tea and said with a smile, "Your Excellency the Censor-in-Chief Fu has already looked through the Imperial Army accounts books. The various lords of the Ministry of Revenue have tallied them too. If Your Excellency has something else to check, please feel free to tell this humble servant." Fu Linier said unperturbed, "Things like account books have to be carefully audited again and again. There may well be an omission or mistake somewhere. It can't be rushed. Take another look." Wei Huixing said that Xiao Qie's repairs of the compound and expansion of the military drill grounds in recent years could not be accounted for. But in truth, it was all detailed in the Imperial Army's account books. Fu Linier knew that Xiao Qie was not an easy one to investigate, but he still had to churn out some dirt from this clear water. Otherwise, he could not report favorably back to Wei Huixing. Moreover, Li Jianheng was always shielding the Imperial Army in the past, so when it came to Xiao Qie, everyone simply let him be and steered clear of him by default. But this time, Li Jianheng obviously spurned him. The way the wind was blowing now, it was time to make Xiao Qie suffer a little. The officials from the Ministry of Revenue who had followed along noisily flicked the beads of the abacus. Lamps had been lit in the hall. Each of them dug into the account books with great focus, loathing their inability to tally each account 700 or 800 times. When Shen Zichuan arrived, he even saw Tan Taihu in the corridor. He said nothing, while Qiao Tianya, who was in disguise as an imperial bodyguard, followed him from behind and stepped through the door together with him. The sound of the abacus beads being flicked in the hall rang out endlessly. Fu Linier set aside the teacup and rose to his feet to greet Shen Zichuan. Shen Zichuan exchanged greetings with him, after which both men took their seats together. Fu Linier asked, "Did the compound search go smoothly?" Shen Zichuan said, "Xiao delayed us for quite some time." Fu Linier inwardly thought to himself, "I knew it," and said with concern, "Did he make a move? That hoodlum is the most overbearing ever. This trip has been hard on Your Excellency the Judge." Shen Zichuan thought, "He did make a move, but it has nothing to do with you." He smiled as well and said, "It doesn't matter. I can still endure this bit of hardship for His Majesty. Xiao initially did not permit me to search his compound. Fortunately, His Excellency Yu was there too and tried his best to persuade him." As if venting on Shen Zichuan's behalf, Fu Linier said hatefully, "We are acting on His Majesty's orders. By simply hindering us whenever he wishes to, Second Young Master Xiao not only belittles and disrespects us, but His Majesty too." Shen Zichuan looked into the interior of the hall and said, "Your Excellency, is the investigation here not done yet?" Fu Linier replied, "It's done. But it needs to be re-audited a few more times. As you know, account books are the easiest to fake." Shen Zichuan could tell what he meant from those words. After a moment's pause, he said, "Your Excellency is the chief official of the search this time, so I'll do as you say." Fu Linier merely smiled and did not respond. He drank tea with Shen Zichuan until the third quarter of the hour of Z2 when the newly audited account books were presented before them. Fu Linier flipped through them and suddenly asked Meng Rui, "At the start of spring last year, a temple was constructed in the palace on imperial decree. The Ministry of Works entrusted the important task of transportation to the imperial army. But then, the construction of the temple fell through. The viceroy even blocked in the Ministry of Works to demand for money. Is that right?" Meng Rui replied, "That's right. The money was delayed for several months. It was all the imperial army's hard-earned money. The viceroy was anxious, so he personally went to ask for it." Fu Linier closed the account books and said with a sneer, "Back then, the state treasury's expenditure hadn't been accounted for yet. Even the Directorate of Ceremonial didn't dare to approve it arbitrarily. How did the viceroy get the money?" Meng Rui said, "Our imperial army didn't get the money. It was the secretary for the Ministry of Revenue, Wang Xian, who made the decision to give a batch of silk from Quancheng to the imperial army, and the imperial army traded them for money. This account was also recorded in the book, with its coming and going all clearly accounted for." Fu Linier suddenly smacked the tabletop with a force so hard that the teapot clattered. If not for Qiao Tianya's sharp eyes and swift reaction in catching hold of it, the tea would have poured all over Shen Zichuan's legs. Shen Zichuan remained smiling in his seat as he waited for Fu Linier to continue. This was an account from the start of spring. At that time, Shen Zichuan was still staying at Jiao Zui Temple, but he knew of this debt. The reason this debt could be eventually resolved was, in truth, not because of Wang Xian, but Xue Xiuzhua. Xue Xiuzhua, then the chief supervising secretary of the Ministry of Revenue, was the one who stepped forth to mediate and settle the debt by offering Xiao Qie those silk from Quancheng. Shen Zichuan tapped his fingers on his knee. He thought, "This account is a loophole." Sure enough, Fu Linier put on a show of authority and questioned Meng Rui. "This account book indicates that a total of 660 silks were allocated to the imperial army. You people recorded it as low-grade silk from Quancheng, but Kudu treasury records state that they were all top-grade silk from Quancheng. It's just a word difference between low-grade and top-grade, but the difference is 4,000 taels. I'm asking you, where did these 4,000 plus taels go?" Meng Rui's reaction was swift. He answered methodically, "Those allocated to us were indeed low-grade silk from Quancheng. The stuff was dispatched by the Ministry of Revenue themselves, and the handwritten transfer order indicated them to be low-grade silk from Quancheng." Fu Linier flung down the account book and said, "Of course. Wang Xian, right? He has long been colluding with you people." He wrote low-grade silk from Quancheng on the handwritten transfer order, but the treasury records clearly state that it was top-grade silks from Quancheng that had been taken out. What benefits did Xiao Qie give Wang Xian that would make Wang Xian forge such a fake order? Shocked, Meng Rui said, "You have no proof. Your Excellency Fu, just the way I see it, the Imperial Army is a front for harvesting ill-gotten gains. Xiao Qie has been making a fortune through you people. Anyone with eyes can see it for themselves how he has been fooling around on Donglong Street all these years eating, drinking, and making merry. He has Wang Xian working in cahoots with him prior, and Yuan Liu currying favor and offering him peaches after. All Xiao Qie does with the backing His Majesty's favor accords him is to engage in shady deals to line his own pocket." Fu Linia laughed nastily. "Your Excellency the Judge, see this? The number one rising star is the number one thieving traitor. Tonight, you and I shall do another in-depth investigation. There will surely be more of such rotten accounts." Shun Zichuan looked at Fu Linia until Fu Linia felt apprehensive. Shun Zichuan said, "This matter has nothing to do with the assassination case, so it's not within the scope of my duty this time. I'll let your Excellency decide." Fu Linia had initially intended to drag Shun Zichuan down with him and make an accomplice out of him, but he wavered a little when he saw that Shun Zichuan did not fall for it. But this matter could be considered a big deal if he reported it to the top. He was not willing to lose the merit for this, and so he steeled himself, slapped the table, and said, "Run another audit. Check all the Imperial Army's account books over the years for hundreds and thousands of times." Shun Zichuan suddenly smiled and averted his gaze as he sat on the chair and drank his tea. Although he was smiling on the surface, his heart was gradually sinking. If it were not for Xue Xiuzhuo's involvement in this account, he might not even have noticed it. Most likely, Xiao Qie himself had forgotten about it too. Could it be that Xue Xiuzhuo was already on guard against the Imperial Army from that time onwards? Shun Zichuan blew at the tea foam in silence. Chapter 56, Blowing the Fire. Chapter 56, Blowing the Fire. The lights of the Imperial Army's office compound remained lit until dawn. The men from the Ministry of Revenue audited until their heads spun. At long last, they sorted out the problematic accounts and handed them over into Fu Linia's hands. Shun Zichuan reviewed them all. Fu Linia attached the memorial and submitted them together with the progress of the assassination case to Li Jianheng's desk. The Grand Secretariat then discussed this matter before the Emperor. Fu Linia said, "Your Majesty, one can know the flavor of the entire pot by sampling a morsel. It can be seen from this case that Xiao Qie has been taking bribes for a long time. The power and authority of the Imperial Army has been in Xiao Qie's control over these years. I'm afraid there are still many more falsified accounts like this one. The state treasury is now hard-pressed for money to disburse, and the local tax arrears owed have been piling up one after another. Keeping this kind of people around is like putting a fire under a pile of firewood, a danger whom I fear will jeopardize the state." Kong Qiu had looked through the books too. But he said, "The assassination case is still pending. It's really not fitting to complicate matters at this time. In this subject's opinion, the investigation for the bribery case can be postponed. At present, we must focus on the assassination case." "How strange." Wei Huixing scoffed. "It's all related to him, Xiao Qie. So why should we investigate the cases separately? We might as well pull out the radish along with the mud too and make use of this opportunity to conclude the cases together." Kong Qiu remained unwavered and said, "This case has already deviated from the main point. The way I see it, you people do not want to expose the mastermind behind the assassination, but to use this chance to root out dissident." Fu Linia immediately retorted, "The bribery case is the melon we followed the vines to dig out. Why is it that when Minister Kong investigates, he is investigating the case, but when we do it, we are attacking his faults? The duty of the Chief Surveillance Bureau is to supervise. Was it wrong of me to impeach him for taking bribes?" Kong Qiu said, "Wang Xian has not yet been put on trial. If we can pass a judgment on the bribery case just based on your words alone, then what need is there for the joint trial by the 3 judicial offices in the future? We might as well let Your Excellency Fu make the rulings alone." What the Ministry of Justice has to investigate now is to verify the confession statement presented by His Excellency Wei. By the end of the night, I have not even examined the witness testimony and you people are already so anxious to convict him. What's the hurry? Even if he was at fault that you want to sentence him, you still have to follow the rules and regulations. Otherwise, where does the law stand? The three men began to quarrel before the emperor. Unable to get a word in, Li Jianheng could only look at Hai Liangyi. Hai Liangyi sat and listened with his head inclined. Once he finished listening to what everyone had to say, he gave a slight nod of his head. Li Jianheng hurriedly asked, "What does the Secretariat Elder think?" What did the Secretariat Elder think? Sun Zichuan fiddled with the copper coins. Naturally, he would dismiss the memorial for the bribery case. Hai Liangyi has been stringent for so long that everyone regards him as a straightforward minister who is his own man. But he's the first one who brought down Hua Xiqian and supported Li Jianheng. It'd be strange if he still can't tell something's up. Shi Hongxian and the others want to use him as a shield to make their move this time. Little would they imagine that the Secretariat Elder has long been sitting on the fishing boat keeping a constant eye on the brewing storm. You've done well. Grand Mentor Qi sat at the other end of the small table. Instead of stopping Fu Linia, you let him make the decision. This credit is all his alone. He is bound to get anxious, and subsequently, he'd be unwilling to wait for a good timing. He'd want to present the memorial right at once in an attempt to earn praises. From that round of denouncement before the emperor, Hai Liangyi would already have gotten an inkling of what's happening. By now, he must have already guessed who are the ones who want to take down Xiao Qie. Just blowing the fire with the wind. This fire isn't raging hard enough. Sun Zichuan said, it can't even burn Xiao Qie, let alone Xiao Jiming. The Quancheng silk case, if they were to investigate it seriously, is a bookkeeping mess that everyone knows all too well. The important thing now is not to reverse the verdict and clear his name, but how to make His Majesty partial to him. That's right. The reprimand from the suspension of the waste token may seem serious, but in truth, it's merely a superficial slap on the wrist. His Majesty definitely has yet to harbor the notion of stripping away Xiao Qie's military power. Grand Mentor Qi grasped the chess piece and pondered over it for a while before he said, "You have to let him stay this way. Never let him entertain the intent to take down Xiao II. Otherwise, it will be a great disaster in the making even if this is a small victory." Sun Zichuan pushed over the copper coins that had been neatly arranged and began to stack them up again, one at a time. Tirelessly enjoying himself, he said, Hai Liangyi has control of the Grand Secretariat. Although he has placed men of noble birth like Xue Xiuzhua and the others in important posts to use them, he has also set up an imperial college and is promoting the minor officials from humble backgrounds. Teacher, he wants to take the progressive approach and confront the noble clans slowly. Just based on this alone, he cannot let Xiao fall. The Xiao clan is keeping their composure because they understand these all too well. Xiao Jiming is simply sitting and watching without doing a thing because this battlefield is limited to Kudu, it doesn't extend anywhere near Lebei. That makes it easy to resolve, and Xiao II would have fewer issues from home to worry about. Grand Mentor Qi placed the chess piece down and continued, everyone is now excitedly kicking a man when he's down. His Majesty is still angry and so thinks of Xiao II as a disloyal, unfilial, and unrighteous person. But once the fire is big enough, it will reverse. Then His Majesty ought to change the status quo and come to pity his buddy who is all by his lonesome self instead. Li Jianheng had not seen Mu Yu for a few days. After the assassination attempt, he had to sleep with his surroundings brilliantly lit. Not one of the eunuchs were allowed to step into the sleeping chamber, and those attending to him at present were all palace maidservants. It was snowing heavily again today. Hai Liangyi was sick, so he could not go near the emperor. Li Jianheng got the Imperial Academy of Medicine to head to his residence to take a look at him and even bestowed upon him a good deal of tonics. He also assured him repeatedly that he would study hard as usual and not fall behind on his studies. Ming Li Hall had quietened down. Li Jianheng flipped through a few pages of the book before he felt his back aching. He got up to look out of the window and saw the snow flying all over the sky like cotton. Suddenly in the mood, He summoned the palace maidservants to dress him and drape his cloak over him so he could head out to appreciate the snow. Li Jianheng roamed the garden with his entourage. When he saw the ice frozen over the lake, he recalled the ice bed he used to play with in the palace. It's just the time to play when winter water freezes into ice. Li Jianheng asked around him. Why didn't anyone bring this up to me this year? The moment the words left his mouth, he remembered. Emperor Xianda had just passed this year, and it would not do for him to create a disturbance or cause trouble during the state mourning period. Else, the Chief Surveillance Bureau would scold him. Thinking about this dampened his mood again. No longer wanting to see the snow, he sent someone to call for Mu Yu. Mu Yu arrived wearing a cape with a hood. Her posture was graceful as she walked among the snow with someone supporting her. On seeing her through the window, Li Jianheng immediately stepped out of the door to meet her. My darling. Li Jianheng said. The view of you walking in the snow is truly a sight to behold. I have to get someone to draw it down so that I can hang it up in the palace to look at it every day. Mu Yu lifted the hood of her cape and said with a smile, how would that do? She took the food container from the maidservant's hands and said, the weather is cold. I've made soup for Liu Lang. Li Jianheng's mood soared when he heard her calling him Liu Lang. He led her inside by the hand and dismissed the attendants, then took his seat at the dragon throne, which he used to handle governmental affairs. Mu Yu ladled out the soup for Li Jianheng, who groused, the assassination attempt by the castrated traitor the last time scared me so much that I could hardly sleep well these days. Mu Yu coaxed him, there's only just the two of us here now. So why is Liu Lang using such a formal termate again? Li Jianheng gave himself a light slap on his own mouth and said, this husband of yours is so muddle-headed. Mu Yu cupped his face in her hands and looked carefully for a moment before saying, you do indeed look haggard. I'll keep you company tonight, all right? You're the only one in the entire world who dotes on me. I originally treated Ce as a brother, but who knew that he would now be implicated in the assassination attempt? Li Jianheng let out a long sigh. Just stay with me. Mu Yu said, Her Majesty is very concerned for Liu Lang too. She has been chanting the sutras and going on a vegetarian diet these few days, all to pray for a peaceful new year for Liu Lang. Li Jianheng caressed Mu Yu's hand and said, I wasn't close with the imperial mother in the past, and I saw her as the villain. Who knew she could still treat me so kindly today? Alas. It's all the fault of that old dog, Hua Xiqian. Who said it isn't? Mu Yu looked at him fondly. Liu Lang has suffered much all because of the trouble that Hua Xiqian stirred up. Her Majesty admonished him every way she could back then, but in the end, she's still a woman whose words hold no weight against a man's. He brushed off her advice and even blamed her instead. They say what you hear is just hearsay, only seeing is believing. Li Jianheng said regretfully. If I could have gotten along with Imperial Mother earlier, there would not have been so many misunderstandings between us. There was an opportunity in the past. Mu Yu seemed to hesitate. I heard that many years ago when Liu Lang was still an infant, Her Majesty was already raising the former crown prince. But seeing that Liu Lang had no one to rely on, she thought of taking Liu Lang back to her palace to raise as well. Emperor Guangxing gave his agreement too. Li Jianheng had never heard of this and could not refrain from probing further. Then what happened later? Why didn't she take me back? Mu Yu soothed him for a while before replying. Later on, the Prince of Libei, Xiao Fengshu, submitted a memorial saying that by adopting the former crown prince, Her Majesty had the heavy responsibility of nurturing the heir apparent to the Eastern Palace. The crown prince is all grown. Raising another prince might be just inviting internal strife. Li Jianheng said, Li, so it's the Prince of Libei. The seeds of discord had already been sown between him and Xiao Qie. All sorts of mixed feelings instantly welled up in him when he heard of this old matter and thought about how Xiao Qie had never once mentioned it. He felt that Xiao Qie was too unfathomably shrewd and had never really opened his heart to him as a friend. When all is said and done, Li Jianheng said bitterly. He's the same as everyone else who treats me as a stepping stone. How pitiable am I to be born a noble, yet not even have a buddy I can rely on. Mu Yu hugged him and said, You aren't biological brothers after all. Who can compare to the former emperor when it comes to treating Liu Lang well? A pity. A pity the imperial heirs of our Li clan are few and far between. There's only me left now. At this point, Li Jianheng suddenly asked Mu Are You, your younger brother has been hiding at Xue Xiuzhua's residence ever since Pan Rugi was beheaded. Is he doing fine now? Mu Are You replied, yes, then turned around and covered her face to sob. Li Jianheng hurriedly asked, my dear Mu Are You, what's wrong? Why are you crying? As Mu Are You wiped her tears with a handkerchief, she looked at him tearfully and said, he's doing fine, but he's not by my side after all, and I can only see him once every few months. He isn't like any other brother who can still make meritorious contributions to serve the sovereign. All he can do now is to wait upon others. Li Jianheng could not bear to see her cry the most. He immediately said, all you had to do was to tell me earlier, and it'd all be fine, wouldn't it? We are husband and wife of the same mind. I'm willing to do anything for you. What's more, this is human nature. Don't cry. My heart is going to break from your tears. My dear Mu Are You? I'll get Xue Xiuzhua to send him back tomorrow and put him on duty at my side, okay? With tears in her eyes, Mu Are You said, how could that do? How are you going to justify it to the Secretariat elder? The others won't agree either. I can't bear to put you in a difficult spot. Li Jianheng held her in his arms and said, I'm the emperor. I have the final say when it comes to affairs in the palace. Besides, if we get him to change his name, who can really insist on digging up his past? Pan Rugi is already dead. Mu Are You let him coax her for a while before she broke into a smile and said, Fengquan would want to kowtow his thanks to you too. Li Jianheng said generously, we are family. By all sentiment and logic, it's what I ought to do. A few days later, the assassination case was still under investigation. Yuan Liu was tortured, and his confession was overturned, yet he insisted that he had never sent golden peaches to Xiao Qie and did not know a single thing about the shady deal with the Donglong broker. Several times under heavy torture, he thought of giving in and getting it done and over with. But the moment the thought crossed his mind, he would remember that his entire family's life was still in Xiao Qie's hands. Yuan Liu had been with the imperial army for a long time. He knew Xiao Qie was a different man when it came to treating outsiders versus insiders. The second young master said he would take care of his son on his behalf, and that meant that he would truly look after his son for him. If he so much said a wrong word, his son would be a goner too. Yuan Liu was caught in the middle of this power struggle, unable to seek life or death. All he could hope was for the case to conclude as soon as possible so that he could be given a quick end. The opportunity to conclude the case soon came. The matter kept taking a turn for the worse. Memorials impeaching Xiao Qie came thick and fast. Strangely enough, after Li Jianheng personally took up his brush to berate Xiao Qie, the secretary for the Ministry of Justice submitted a report before the emperor and said that their investigation had led them to a person. This person's name was Yinzhu. He was a eunuch from the imperial bakery. According to his oral testimony, he had been distributing fortune candies to the various imperial concubines 4 hours before the feast of 100 officials was due to start when he saw someone rebuking Fuling at the side of Tsaiwei Palace. And Tsaiwei Palace just happened to be the place where Mu Are You resided. Chapter 57. Case closed. Chapter 57. Case closed. It was a cold day that day, thick with dark clouds and strong wind. This slave was distributing fortune candies to the various imperial concubines. When I came out of Tsaiwei Palace, I happened to encounter imperial concubine Mu Nyang setting out, so I withdrew to the corner of the wall. It was then I heard someone in the midst of reprimanding another. I took a peek and saw the eunuch in charge of Tsaiwei Palace arguing with Aunt Fuling inside. Why did you keep silent on this matter during the first trial? It was quiet in the hall, except for the sound of record-taking. A few lamps had been lit. Kong Chiu, who had been investigating for several nights in a row, had already drunk many a pot of strong tea. Right this moment, both of his hands were clasped before him as he asked Yinzhu, who was kneeling in the hall. Yinzhu's mouth opened and closed. To reply, Your Excellency, this slave thought this was a trivial matter. And because of the strong wind that day, I really didn't hear what they were arguing about. So I was afraid I would give the wrong answer. If that's the case, Then why did you suddenly confess? Fu Linya questioned. Yinzhu wrung the corner of his clothes and gulped down his saliva in panic and trepidation. It took him quite some effort before he replied in a small voice, I was scared to death by the beatings of the prison guard grandpa. Ever since I was thrown into the prison, I've been listening to the sound of whipping every night. This slave's godfather was beaten half to death until he confessed everything regardless of importance. This slave is truly afraid now. You are in the solemn place of interrogation. How dare you ramble on and on? Fu Linya rebuked in a stern voice. Yinzhu was so frightened by him that he trembled and stammered while kneeling on the ground. This slave had no idea that she would commit such a despicable act. It's easy for one to be beaten into a confession under heavy torture. This person's words cannot be trusted. Fu Linya said to Kong Qiu. How can such a confession be submitted before the emperor? The detailed discussions of the third trial are all recorded in writing. Whether it's true or not, His Majesty will naturally make a ruling himself. Kong Qiu said. Once the statement has been transcribed and copied, the Secretariat Elder will require a copy on their end too. Fu Linya had never expected a Cheng Yaojin one to come charging out of nowhere when the case had already progressed to this stage. He could stomp on Xiao II because he was certain that Xiao II could not retaliate this time. A Yuan Liu whose name could not be clear meant that he, Xiao II, would not have a clean name too. Who knew that Saiwei Palace would be dragged in as well? This was just great. Everyone was tainted. Could they even continue to investigate this case in depth? Fu Linya could immediately tell that this Yinzhu was not a simple man. He waited until the third trial before he was willing to voice this out. Most likely, someone had planted him here to wait. Fu Linya was burning with anxiety. He was different from Wei Huixing, who had the Wei clan behind him, while the Wei clan had ties to the other clans. Even if Wei Huixing could not explain himself, he would only end up with a punishment based on the outcome of the investigation. But what about him? He had no influential clan to fall back on. Seeing his expression undergoing several changes, Kong Qiu said, Saiwei Palace is the imperial harem after all. It's not appropriate for us external ministers to investigate, so we still have to discuss this matter before the emperor. Your Excellency Fu, go back and get some rest. We'll meet again before the emperor. Fu Linya rose to his feet. Even though he was anxious, he could still plaster a smile on his face as he cupped his hands in respect to Kong Qiu and retreated in a hurry. At this moment, the sky was still dark and bitterly cold. Fu Linya urged the groom on. The horse carriage crushed noisily over the snow as it rushed towards Ohua Pavilion. Lifting the hem of his robe, he stepped down and hurried on upstairs. Shi Hongxian, who was versed in opera tunes, was presently discussing his new work with Shen Zichuan. Shen Zichuan was tired of the imperial bodyguard's robe, so he was wearing a wide-sleeved garment as he leaned against the chair and listened, all the while opening and closing the folding fan in his hand. Fu Linya was not expecting Shen Zichuan's presence when he barged in. Shen Zichuan closed his fan gently and turned a blind eye to Fu Linya's sorry sight. Without rising to greet him, he merely said with a smile, Your Excellency, the censor has come a little too late. You've missed the wonderful timing. Shi Hongxian was a little displeased. He waved away the procuress who had hurried over and had her close the door. He did not get up either, and simply let Fu Linya take a seat on his own and said, Linya, why have you come here? You should have sent someone over in advance to give notice. It's just a few steps away. Did you have to hurry over like this and disgrace yourself so? Not only was Fu Linya older than Shi Hongxian, his grade was also higher than Shi Hongxian. Yet he was now being chastised by Shi Hongxian like a junior being berated. This made him unhappy. He loathed the way Shi Hongxian was acting all high and mighty. It's extremely urgent. It was as if Fu Linya did not hear the rebuke. He smiled as he lifted his robe to take his seat. He said, I rushed here as soon as I left the Ministry of Justice. So you tell me if it's urgent or not. Only then did Shi Hongxian ask, What's the matter? Fu Linya looked at Shen Zichuan. Shen Zichuan lifted his fan and said, It is I who have been rude. With that, he was about to get up. Shi Hongxian hurriedly said, Lanju, what are you doing? Sit down. We are in the same boat. weathering through thick and thin. What is there that you can't listen to? Linie, go ahead and tell me. Don't you recognize this Shen Lanju? He's the great teacher of our Shi clan. Fu Linie initially only saw Shen Zichuan as a lackey who toiled for the Shi clan in an attempt to survive. Who knew that Shi Hongxian would value him this much? But tonight, Fu Linie had indeed come at the wrong time. If he had been a little earlier, or a little later, Shi Hongxian would not have spoken so highly of Shen Zichuan. But they had only just finalized the follow-up plan to suppress the Yarrow clan, closing the loop tight around the latter's neck. Shi Hongxian just happened to be thinking of showing Shen Zichuan some due respect. Now that he had elevated him, he would no longer be able to call him his buddy as he wished in the future. Shen Zichuan smiled and looked at Fu Linie. Knowing what was expected of him, Fu Linie immediately said tactfully, "Your Excellency the Judge, please take a seat." Shi Hongxian shifted his legs to step on the tiger skin and said, "Go on. What's the urgency?" Fu Linie said, "I was on jury duty earlier at the Ministry of Justice and heard the news that Fuling, who had instigated Gui Xing into carrying out the assassination, was involved with Tsaiwei Palace. Second young master, the one living in Tsaiwei Palace in Imperial concubine Munyangnyang. This matter is going to be presented to the Emperor tomorrow morning. When the time comes, it won't be a matter of investigating just Xiao II. Shi Hongxian placed his hand on his leg for support. After a moment of silence, he said to Shen Zichuan, "You don't know it, I forgot to mention it to you earlier, but our man is connected to Mu Ru." Most likely, Shi Hongxian did not forget to mention it, but did not want to mention it. All this while, he had been on guard and that he had never uttered a word. Shen Zichuan knew this all too well and merely said, "Isn't Mu Ru originally Pan Rugi's woman? I remember her younger brother." "That's right." Shi Hongxian was unwilling to speak the truth and merely told half of the story. "Pan Rugi is dead. She has nowhere to go, doesn't she?" At that time, when his residence was searched and raided, they wanted to release her from Pan Rugi's residence and had her fill in as an official courtesan. But His Majesty could not bear to let her be one, so he asked me to help. I made use of that bit of friendship I had with Yanqing and had her swapped out. Then I found a residence for the two siblings to hide in. Later, His Majesty could endure it no longer and insisted on getting her into the palace. Secretariat Elder Hai even made a scene over it. "You know about this too." Shen Zichuan did not really seem to care. He nodded and said, "I've heard of it." This doesn't bode well then. This case should have concluded already. Why did complications arise again? He looked at Fu Linie when he said this. Although he said it with a smile, it sounded a little like he was blaming Fu Linie for not keeping a close watch. Shi Hongxian was frowning too. He said, "You are on the jury to supervise. Can't you just think of a way to suppress this matter? It will only stir up trouble if it gets presented to the Emperor." Fu Linie had plenty of complaints too, but he could only say, "Second young master, my words carry little weight. We're talking about Kong Chiu here. He's a stubborn man who doesn't listen to advice. His Secretariat Elder Hai's man. How would he listen to me? What's of top priority now is to decide what to do next. If Imperial concubine Munyangnyang is involved too, then who would still dare to continue investigating? I'm afraid even His Majesty himself would not be willing to." Shi Hongxian pondered over it in irritation, then asked, "Where is that Yinju?" Fu Linie instantly understood his intention and hurriedly waved his hands and said, "We can't kill him. Second young master, Secretariat Elder Hai is already on the alert now. If we silence him at this critical juncture, then it'd only prove to him that there's something questionable about us. It was originally going well. How did a Tsaiwei Palace suddenly pop up out of the blue?" Shi Hongxian covered up his teacup with the lid and said, "No. We can't continue to investigate this case any further. Before the Emperor tomorrow morning, we have to think of a way to make His Majesty sever the notion of a further investigation. Mu Ru was still of great use. They must let no one else take her down right at this moment." Fu Linie fidgeted in his seat and said, "That's right. It'd be best to pin it all on Fuling, conclude this case as fast as possible, and everyone can heave a sigh of relief. But from the way Kong Chiu looks to me, he clearly wants to get to the bottom of the matter." The crux still lies with Secretariat Elder Hai. Shun Zichuan pressed his fingers against the teacup for warmth. Hai Liangyi was the one who reviewed Kong Qiu's papers during the imperial examination back then, so Kong Qiu could be partially considered a student of Hai Liangyi whom Hai Liangyi selected for promotion. He usually has the most respect for Hai Liangyi. Hai Liangyi wants to send him into the Grand Secretariat. He handles all his cases beautifully. He's of the right age too, and he comes from a humble family in the Kaijun Commandery. He hits all the right notes with Hai Liangyi. Shi Hongxian said, "What fucking bad luck. We set up Xiao II, and all of them secretly enjoyed the show as they waited to see Xiao II suffer in silence. Now that something has happened, they all want to feign ignorance after having benefited from it. Let's do this." Shun Zichuan said, "Your Excellency Fu, when the confession is presented before the Emperor tomorrow morning, don't mention Saiwei Palace. Just say the Imperial Army's name is not clear yet. Yuan Liu has not admitted his guilt yet, right? This is an opportunity. As long as Yuan Liu is still around, then he, Xiao, has accepted bribes. He won't be able to clear himself of suspicions." Fu Linia rubbed his leg and said, "But even if I don't mention it, Kong Qiu will still bring it up. We won't be able to hide it. Mending the fold even after the sheep is lost." Shun Zichuan nudged the fan open bit by bit, then closed it again and said, "Earlier, Your Excellency's speech before the Emperor was a righteous one said for the sake of the Empire and State. If you were to change your statement because of a confession that has yet to be verified, then I'm afraid His Majesty will come to question your loyalty too. So why not latch on to Xiao and put on an upright appearance instead?" "That's right," Shi Hongxian said. "We can't be thrown into confusion now. Since you have already stepped forth to make your stand, it wouldn't look pretty if you were to pull out now. Let's just continue with this. As for the rest, I'll naturally have my own way. It's almost dawn. You mustn't stay for long. Head back first for a bath and a change of clothes. Just watch the way the wind blows when you are before the Emperor and improvise as the situation calls for." Fu Linia came in a hurry, then left again in a hurry without even taking a sip of tea. As soon as he left, Shi Hongxian spat behind his back. If he hadn't been so eager for quick success and instant gains and reported Xiao II's Quancheng silk matter to the top without saying a word that day, Hai Liangyi might not have noticed it. Shi Hongxian felt fed up and continued, "Those who come from poor and humble households are the most short-sighted. For that bit of glory, he didn't even dare to give us prior notice. See what happens now? What a waste of the chess piece Yanqing left us. After this, Xiao II will keep a tight guard over the account books. It'll be difficult to get at them later. Position and wealth are ailments of the rich," Shun Zichuan said. "At present, we need to keep him from interfering in our plans. How is it going with the 8 Great Training Divisions matter?" Han Cheng's younger brother took over the post. Shi Hongxian said, "Xiao II has set up the 8 Great Training Divisions into a heavily fortified network of relationships. We won't be able to lay our hands on it easily. To think he managed to hold all the important posts firmly in his hand in such a short period of time. It's not going to be easy to dismantle it. Even so, there are also descendants of the 8 great clans among the soldiers he selected for appointment." Shun Zichuan smiled and said, "You'll still get your chance." When Shun Zichuan emerged and got into the carriage, he saw a Guqin 3 placed within. Qiao Tianya lifted the curtain. In disguise with the face of a burly chap, he said, "That qin is mine. Master mustn't throw it away. It took me quite a lot of effort to swindle it away. It looks valuable." Shun Zichuan did not touch it. "Where did you get the money?" Qiao Tianya laughed merrily. "A reward from the ladies." But this qin was obviously something that money could not buy. Qiao Tianya had no wish to speak of it because it most likely had something to do with his family. So Shun Zichuan did not probe further. As usual, the horse carriage sent Shun Zichuan home to tidy up. After changing his robes, he entered the palace. Li Jianheng dismissed the morning court and told every important official to take a seat in Mingli Hall. He himself read the entire confession statement and stayed silent for a long time. Hai Liangyi had only just recovered from his illness, so Li Jianheng got someone to serve him a bowl of warm goat's milk. He took a few sips. No one in the hall said a word. Li Jianheng said, "Why are we back to Tsaiwei Palace again? Yuan Liu hasn't been fully investigated yet." Kong Qiu answered, "This matter concerns the imperial harem, so His Majesty should be the one to make a ruling." Li Jianheng immediately got anxious and said, "What ruling? Even if she went to Tsaiwei Palace, it can't have anything to do with imperial concubine Mu. Who knows if what he says is true or false?" Hai Liangyi said in a steady voice, "Of course, it's false." "Right, it's false." With Hai Liangyi as his backing, Li Jianheng's voice grew louder and clearer. "The eunuchs are the most treacherous. To survive, what kind of lies can they not fabricate? He thought he could save his own life by getting close to concubine Mu. I'm going to make that absurd and befuddled head of his roll." Even so, Xiao Jiming, who had not uttered a word regarding this case, raised his eyes. "This concerns the safety of the Son of Heaven. We can't be slipshod when it comes to certain matters." He hit the nail on the head as soon as he spoke. Wei Huixing said, "Of course we can't muddle through this. We have not investigated Yuan Liu yet, have we? The lead investigator of this case is the Minister of Justice. The left and right censor-in-chiefs of the Court of Judicial Review, as well as the imperial bodyguards, are on the jury. Your Excellency Wei has repeatedly intervened. This is inappropriate." Xiao Jiming said with poise and courtesy, even giving Wei Huixing time to speak. But Wei Huixing did not dare to continue. And so Xiao Jiming kept going. "This case concerns the imperial army and the imperial harem. A scene should not have been made right out in the open. It's not the reputation of everyone here that is at stake, but the dignity of His Majesty. More than 10 days have passed since this case occurred. There is still no proof for one judge of the imperial army, and no clarity on one confession statement from the brothel. Everything has been delayed in the hands of the investigating censor of the Chief Surveillance Bureau. From what I can see, neither the lead investigator nor the jury has done their jobs. Let's leave aside the wasting of time and energy for now. It's the overstepping of authority that is the real problem." Fu Linie thought of the words Shi Hongxian had said last night. He found himself in a difficult position again when faced up against Xiao Jiming. But when he saw that Li Jianheng had not said a word, and that Hai Liangyi did not seem to have the intention to help him out of the fix, he could only brace himself to keep his composure. He said, "The hereditary prince has lived in Libei for too long. Kudu is not the frontiers, after all. There are many matters that are settled differently based on the difference in relevancy, so naturally, any abuse of power within the military all falls under the charge of insubordination. Under the military law, the offender would be executed." Zhao Hui, who held an official appointment in the military, stepped out and continued, "The hereditary prince should not be the one to speak on this matter, but it has been so long, and not even one of you has thought to remind His Majesty. Even their Excellencies censors-in-chiefs seem to be in dreamland the way they handled this case in such a muddled way. The token of the Imperial Army Viceroy has been suspended for over 10 days. The censor has already conducted a search thrice. And what has the investigation thrown up? Ought we not to be given an explanation?" Fu Linie said, "Didn't we find out about the matter of the Quancheng silk? You're being asked about the assassination case right now." Li Jianheng threw aside the confession statement. "Why are you dredging up this irrelevant case?" Fu Linie answered hastily, "Xiao Qie is the root of all problems. He can't clear his involvement in the other cases too. Your Majesty, the assassination case must be investigated. But the bribery case must be diligently followed through as well." "What bribe did he take?" Li Jianheng stood up and pointed at Fu Linie. "Quancheng silk." "Quancheng silk? Did you think I didn't know of this matter? I was still hanging out with him on the streets back then. I know about this more than you do. The assassin had already killed his way right before me. Yet you aren't anxious, and you are still fixated on this minor issue. Looks like the safety of the Son of Heaven is of no importance to you." Fu Linie did not expect Li Jianheng to turn around and rebuke himself after fastidiously deliberating over his words to reproach Xiao Qie a few days back, so he could not help but kneel in fear and said, "Your Majesty. Your Majesty is this subject's sovereign. It'd devastate me even if a strand of your hair was harmed. Your Majesty." Everything has its own priority in terms of importance and urgency. For this assassination case, Minister Kong had not slept for several nights in a row. Xiao Jiming said, Xian had handed over his waste token too. To avoid a conflict of interest, he doesn't even dare to ask about the progress of the case and has been reflecting on his faults the whole day at home. It would be better to clarify everything all at once now, the current progress of the case, the stage the investigation is at, and the future course of investigation. This way, my residents can be better prepared for it. The Vice Minister of Rights, Jiang Shu, stepped out and said, the case is clear as day and involves the Imperial Army. It does not concern the Prince of Libei's residence, who went and conducted a search there. This is against decorum. Should the news spread, everyone will think that it's His Majesty who is investigating the Prince of Libei, and the friendly relations between Kudu and the frontiers will be impacted. Li Jianheng knew of the search at the prince's residence, but he had to feign ignorance. Dumb as he was, he still understood that Xiao Jiming had been observing everything that had happened these few days. There would be trouble if they kept on holding Xiao Qie responsible. Li Jianheng immediately kicked Fu Linier a few times with his foot and scolded him, "How dare you? Who allowed you to investigate the Prince of Libei's residence? My order was for you to investigate the Imperial Army's office compound." Enduring the kicks, Fu Linier hurriedly said, "It wasn't this subject who investigated. Judge Shun was the one who went." Shun Zechuan was momentarily stunned before he said, perplexed, "I received the Imperial Edict to assist Your Excellency in the investigation. It was Your Excellency who exhorted me, saying that the Imperial Army is as impenetrable as a metal bucket. I'm afraid there will be many accounts that are both authentic and doctored. When the time comes, do a thorough search when you're at the prince's residence," and so I went. At that time, there were many people who were serving tea and water at the hall. Just call in one of them for questioning, and they can all tell you that it was Your Excellency who told me that. Fu Linier said through clenched teeth, "I only told you to do a thorough search. I did not mention the words prince's residence." Shun Zechuan said with a severe countenance, "I take orders from the Son of Heaven. I would never speak a word of falsehood before the Emperor. If I did not have Your Excellency's order and went alone to the prince's residence, then how could there have been an accompanying censor with me?" Fu Linier saw the malice in Shun Zechuan's eyes and knew that he had incriminated the wrong person in his moment of haste. He looked around and said, "Your Excellency Wei, didn't Your Excellency Wei?" Wei Huixing instantly yelled to cut him off, "Shut up. How dare you implicate others before His Majesty for what you've done of your own accord? Do you have no shame? Delaying the case is minor, but ruining the goodwill between His Majesty and Libei is of grave concern. You really have no sense for the gravity of matters." At this point, Fu Linier already knew that he had been kicked forth to be the scapegoat. He had to take the blame for Li Jianheng, for Wei Huixing, for Shi Hongxian and company, and these were all people he could not afford to offend. When the higher-ups were infighting, it was up to him to clean up the mess. Fu Linier immediately kowtowed and said, "This subject had a momentary lapse of judgment. And yet you still dare to make excuses." Li Jianheng pointed at him and admonished, "Xian's waste token may have been suspended. But before the case is concluded, he is still the Viceroy of the Imperial Army. Investigate as you will, but how dare you also have an attitude towards the Imperial Army? Seems to me that you aren't investigating the case at all. You are clearly trying to eliminate the dissidents." Li Jianheng had not lost his temper ever since he denounced Xiao Qie that day, and now he was chiding Fu Linier until the latter trembled from head to toe. Fu Linier was sensible too, and knew to shed tears as he kneeled, completely restoring all dignity to Xiao Jiming. Xiao Jiming waited until Li Jianheng rebuked to his heart's content before saying, "His Excellency is just eager to investigate the case. Since the case has caused a commotion to such extent, why not dismiss Xian from his post? The Chief Surveillance Bureau's impeachment memorials these days make reasonable sense. If you ask me, Xian cannot be excused for his negligence. He is indeed ill-suited to carry on his duties before His Majesty." With that, he smiled again. All the testimonies are pointing the finger at him. If he really did this kind of disgraceful, treacherous deed, then all 9 generations in his clan should be executed. With everyone present here today, then to avoid conflicts of interests and to clear myself of suspicions, strip me of my Libe military forces waist token too. I have already sent a letter to Libe to ask father to remove his crown and robe, and enter Kudu with my wife and son as commoners without rank 4 to stand trial. At the drop of Xiao Jiming's words, Li Jianheng panicked. It would not do for him to respond or remain silent on the matter, so he could only look toward Hai Liangyi. Hai Liangyi held gazes with Xiao Jiming for some time. The older man suddenly laughed and said, "The hereditary prince jests. Isn't this case already closed? So why tease this old subject again?" Kong Qiu composed himself and swiftly followed up, "That's right, the Secretariat elder is right. Although Yuan Liu has bought a house on credit from the Donglong broker, that is, after all, a private affair between him and Fuling. It isn't meant to be made public. The viceroy oversees 20,000 men. How would it be possible for him to investigate every single matter personally? As for the bribery case, Yuan Liu had been denying all this while, so we cannot only listen to Xiong Yun's one-sided statement. This subject has already ascertained that Xiong Yun most likely bore hatred out of love towards the viceroy, so her excuse doesn't stand." Li Jianheng personally stepped forward and said, "Since the case is closed, then there is no need to mention it again. Hereditary prince, please rise quickly." Li Jianheng did not want to investigate further either. The involvement of Tsaiwei Palace meant that it would involve Mu Ayu too. Fu Linia was already a pawn to be disposed of at one's convenience. To these people, Mu Ayu was an even lesser being. If there were really something between her and these cases, then he, Li Jianheng, would really be all alone by himself from then on. Li Jianheng watched these people, who were still talking and laughing as usual, but he felt as though they were not human. What stood behind them were monstrosities that far surpassed that of the throne, like the unstoppable floods and hurricanes. Being a sovereign did not mean that he was free and unstrained. Every single move of his could have repercussions on the situation. Those that he raged against and delighted in could all become vulnerabilities that proved fatal to him. He was no longer his own master. He was a prisoner chained to the dragon throne. How terrifying! Li Jianheng hugged himself somewhere deep in his heart. It was as if he was standing on thin ice when he stood beside these people. If he were to accidentally fall someday, then he would end up like his imperial elder brother. In the blink of an eye, he would be trampled into a bloody pulp by the contending hooves of the various parties in the tussle for power. His life and death were not in the least bit important. What's important was merely the fact that he was the only one whose surname happened to be Li. But, what if there was someone else in this world with the surname Li? Li Jianheng trembled at the thought and instantly broke out in cold sweat. Impossible. He gloomily muttered to himself. There won't be.